and to console each other.
Hello. I am sorry, but I must interrupt this show. Later, you know what it is. Hey, Ham Solo. It's time, baby. Low. It's time how we do. Hey. They said we said we hit. They said we said we on. They said we said strong. They said we said we go. We say that you heard right. 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 They said we said we hit. They said we said we on. They said we said strong. They said we said go. We say that you heard right. 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 I swear that it's imminent. I've been going so hard on my penmanship. About to go in and buy me a wheel. And I pull that shit fresh off the dealership. I can leave you in red like an Xbox. Got me laughing at you like you red fox. Got you chasing Hot Wheels like a matchbox. EA running the game and it don't stop. Super cold like I'm playing no blitz. Got you all in my sights like Red Dead Redemption. Never gonna slip on my pimpin'. Better get out my way, bitch, I'm on a mission. Really ain't no competition. I'm steady grilling opposition. I'm get up and ready to win. They can play it how they play, but fuck what you say. I'm getting this money today. Last of us like a dying breed. Down the ride like a noble steed. Fatality moves, I make it bleed. That's on any game, that's on any screen. Shut up and give me your money. They said we so lit. Even if I take an L, we coming back just to show that we don't quit. They said we hit. They said we said we on. They said we said strong. They said we said go.
Greetings and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Loke's Gaming Log on TSWS Gaming. I'm going to introduce my guest today. It's calls himself godlike or the wise old gamer. I don't know. He must stop puffing on the strong stuff. All right, because this is what happens.
No.
Welcome
You don't know where that reference came from?
No.
Okay, so remember not today, but like last Sunday we had that Xbox showcase, right? And they had Avowed, and I am a huge Obsidian fan. I mean, like people were crapping on Avowed, saying to the effect that, oh, it looks like shit, blah blah blah. Dude, it's an Obsidian game. That is an Obsidian game. I mean, I hate to break it to you. You either love it or hate it. That is an Obsidian game. And you play as a godlike. Yeah. I was down from day one. I saw the deep. Okay, full disclosure. I wasn't enthralled with what they showed on the actual showcase. Mainly because they only had like 2 minutes of it, right? Or 15 or 30 seconds of it, right? But then I watched the deep dive. Yeah. And then I watched the deep dive. And the deep dive was fucking phenomenal. Like there was this one scene where like you could go in like swords blazing and killing everybody, and you go to like this queen of the people you just killed to get to her, and she fucking just like fights you. Or like you can sneak your way in, or like do this veil of invisibility so nothing can see you, and then go to her and not kill anybody, and then she helps you. You know, like dude, that was like epic. Yeah, it was fucking epic, dude. I was like, yeah, that is the Obsidian I know. That is the fucking Obsidian I know. They had like romancing options. Like there was this one lady who was flirting with you like a furry, and like you said, yeah, my muscles are rippling. Do you need to touch it and stuff? Like, dude, like, yeah, I need that in my life, dude, man. I need that in my fucking life, man. So you play as a godlike. So I was down when they showed that. I was like, yeah, I'm a goddamn down draw. I'm a godlike. I'm a fucking godlike. So, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So that's where it came from.
Okay. Someone's a big Obsidian guy. I'm, as my description says on the screen, I'm waiting for E-Day.
Shit, you're going to be waiting to 2026? Minimum, maybe.
It's cool. 2026, 2027, I don't care. I finally get a Gears of War, right? That I give a shit
authentic Gears of War. Let's underline that. None of that Kate shit. Yeah, none of that Kate shit.
Like, no offense to her, dude, but I don't log on. Me personally, right? If the next Lara Croft is not about Lara Croft, I'm out. Right?
Yeah.
If the next Tomb Raider is not, I know you can make other people Tomb Raiders, right? Mm-hmm. It's just a moniker. It's just a cowl, like these people have tried to tell us. It's just a cowl, but it's really not for me. The Tomb Raider is Lara Croft. Croft. Gears of War is Marcus Phoenix and Dom Santiago. All right? That's who the Gears are for me.
same thing with Halo. Like Halo is Master Chief. You can't.
It's Master Chief.
Yeah, like.
And you know what? There's more to that. There's more to that. Like I have no problem with you expanding the Halo universe. That's not a problem. What I have a problem with, and this is where I jumped off the train with the whole Kate thing, is there's no need to shit on Marcus and the boys.
Mm-hmm.
There's no need for that. If you're going to make a Tomb Raider game, for example, but Lara Croft is not the Tomb Raider, there's no need to, in that game, shit on Lara Croft and her legacy. That's not necessary. That's not going to make me want to play this game. That's not how it works. All right? So you can make a game in the Halo universe that doesn't have Master Chief, but there's no need to sit there and then tell me Master Chief is shit. Mm-hmm. Or he's a racist, or he's a colonizer, or he's a I don't know, a genocidal freak because he kills aliens. I don't know. I don't need that. All right? It's not going to motivate me to delve into this game that's kind of not Halo, but it is what it is. Anyways, Wise, old gamer, what you been up to, man? What you been playing?
Nothing much, man. Just been chilling, enjoying my summer off before all hell breaks loose in the beginning of August for me, you know. Been playing a lot of Sly Cooper on the PlayStation. They released, I think it was on PS Plus Essential. I don't know which tier. I don't even pay fucking attention to it. But they released the original Sly Cooper. Yeah, it's there. It's there. It's you can find it, right? You can find it. Whatever fucking tier that takes, right? But yeah, that's what I've been playing, and that's sort of what compelled me to sort of do my little thing yesterday. I had a little 1 hour. I don't want to say rant, but just a 1 hour explanation about games. And like when I played Sly Cooper and I picked it up, number one, the graphic. Yeah, I can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Awesomeness. Yeah. All right, just
fixing go ahead, Wes.
I mean, I was playing it and like literally the same feels that I had when I was playing it back when I first played it for the first time were the same feels I got. I mean, and this is what I was talking about when I talk about games and the way games are rated and everything like that. Games are supposed to have, in my opinion, a gut feeling. Like, you know, it's that churning in your stomach that like, oh my God, I got to play this fucking game. I got to see this shit to the end. You know, I got to do this thing. It's not like, it's not that I want to do it. It's a necessity, you know, it's like, I got to finish this in my life, you know? And I've just not recently had that. Like, you play games to get whisked away. I'm a fucking teacher in fucking Alabama, dude, okay? I'm not going to save no alien planet from no invading species. I am not going to be the savior of the post-apocalypse. But, dude, you know that scene in 300 where Leonidas kicks that man and says, "This is Sparta," or that
this
scene...
is Sparta.
Yes. Or that fucking scene in Return of the Kings where Aragorn jumps off that ship and he's surrounded by those ghost men and he's walking up with that sword ready to take on the fucking army of... So you want to feel like that badass son of a bitch when you're playing a game. And if it doesn't do it for you, if you don't have that feeling, then the game is not a 9 or an 8.5 or higher. If it doesn't resonate with you internally, if it doesn't give you that, oh my God, that churning in your stomach, that adrenaline rush, those endorphins coursing through your veins, then it ain't a 9. And that's what my problem is. Now, that's what I was talking about, that these days and times with all these games that I'm playing, are they good games? Yes, they're good games. I'm not going to say that, right? Like Assassin's Creed is a good game, but it doesn't do what some of those games back in the day did for me.
It's not special.
Yes. It's a good game. Do y'all know what I'm talking about?
The real question is,
that feeling?
Is it worth my time? No, I know what you mean, dude. It's, and I don't want to be, I'm not being a console warrior when I say this. Wise, I recently got that feeling from Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Remake? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
The feeling that you're talking about, I'm going to try and put it in my own words, but the feeling that you're talking about is a game that you feel like this is worth my time.
Mm-hmm.
You feel like this is special. 5 years, 10 years from now, this is going to be worth the 30 or 40 hours I put into it. And it's one of the reasons why I quickly backed out of Dragon Age 2. Like, no offense to anyone that's in love with it. No
Mm-hmm.
offense. But for
Dragon
me,
Age 2.
sorry, Dragon's Dogma 2.
Dragon Dog, that's pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah. I backed out of that one because I could see that it would be a serviceable investment of my time. And I'm not in the mood for serviceable. After playing Stellar Blade,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in the mood for that.
But you see what I'm talking about, right? You have a busy schedule. You're a family man. You have a job. You have other things. You don't have discretionary time to sort of like nitpick and say, okay, let me dip my toes here, and let me dip my toes here, and let me dip my toes here, and let me dip my toes here. You want to come home after a really rough day and be sort of transported mentally, physically, emotionally, whatever.
Mikey.
Yeah. So, and if you don't have that,
it needs to be, it needs to be good. Wise, like you said, it needs to be good.
Mm-hmm.
It can't be, oh, this is going to be fun for the next 4 hours. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something that is like, yo, that was amazing. And every time I've gotten off of Final Fantasy VII Remake, so far, it's always felt like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to get off of it because I had something pressing to do. I didn't get off of it because I was like, dude, let me just turn this off and do something else. You know,
it becomes a marriage. It becomes a marriage, right? You think about it. You think about it. You think about it when you shower. You think about it when you're sleeping. You think about it in the morning when you're making breakfast. Yeah, you're at work.
When I'm at work.
Yeah. You're constantly like Skyrim. When you first fucking played, like for me, Skyrim, right? When I was playing Skyrim,
Matt.
Like, dude, for 3 weeks of my life with Skyrim, that's all I did. I woke up with Skyrim. I went to work with Skyrim. I did my college courses with Skyrim. I came home at night and talked to my wife while thinking about Skyrim. I went to bed. I would raise my kids with Skyrim. I went to bed dreaming of Skyrim. You know, that is the thing. And I'm not getting that. And I miss that feeling, man. I don't know, man. I miss that feeling. I miss that. And I was wondering what it was. Like for the longest time, I couldn't put my finger on it. And then it was like an epiphany when I played Sly Cooper. I'm like, that's it. That's the shit that I'm missing. Yeah.
The games are shit.
Yeah.
That's what you're
yeah.
That's what you got.
That's my rant, but yeah.
Ushers, welcome in, brother.
Yo.
Welcome to Dron TJ, Rachie, Mike Johnson. What's cracking lacking? Mr. Matt
Dron,
likes games,
me,
the man that likes
what the fuck
games.
happened to us, dude? Like, yeah, Dron. I've been trying to message you, dude. I've been unsuccessful. Hit me up, man.
Yep. Matt's the man that likes games more than anyone. Likes them so much he licks them before he plays them, even the digital ones. Matt, sorry, Ushers, what you been playing? How you doing? What's up?
I'm good. What have I been playing? Good to see you, Wise. It's been a minute.
Yes, sir.
In terms of what I've been, sorry, my lighting is very bad. But yeah, in terms of what I've been playing, yeah, actually over the weekend I've actually been playing Dragon Age Inquisition.
It's fine.
Yeah,
really
so
not fine, but okay.
This guy. But yeah, so that's what's been keeping me busy. Besides that, I've mostly been on my Rogue Ally and playing some smaller games. Like is it Saleko? Very, very good first person shooter. Indie game made with like the old Doom engine. Yeah, so that's what's been keeping me busy over the weekend.
Can I ask you a question about your Rogue Ally? I'm torn between the Ally X that's coming out, I think the end of this month.
Oh, yes.
And the Legion, Lenovo Legion Go. So 108 has been telling me that the Ally X is better.
Yes, it is.
So yeah, so you would wait for the Ally X and not you know pull the trigger on Legion Go, because I'm getting a Legion Go for about $600.
you're gonna probably look around the same price, maybe worst case scenario $100 more. But what you're getting is you're getting probably the best handheld on the market currently because it fixes or addresses all the problems with the first Rogue Ally. Like the main complaint is the battery life is piss poor. So they've literally doubled the battery size and doubled the memory on it. It's the best Windows handheld on the market right now. It's one of the few handhelds that can actually probably run a game like Hellblade 2 smoothly with no issues. And you'll probably get something like 40 FPS on that if you turn on all the other what is it called, your all your Radeon features, like for instance in FSR 3 and all that stuff. You'll probably get quite a reasonable frame rate on that. So short answer, Rogue Ally X is your best bet.
Okay. So why rip Dragon Age? Did you not like the new Dragon Age that they showed?
Yeah, like I don't know, like it's just like they're going after all the stuff that I liked, and they just freaking whip purple paint on it and say fuck it. I hated it. Like it was the most horrible. Like the worst time I saw something as bad was Saints Row, the reboot.
The last time, not the worst time.
Yeah.
Huh? What did you see the deep dive? You saw the deep dive and you didn't like it.
It still looked like crap. Like, I mean, go compare that. Like, it's the same reason I actually went over the weekend and started playing Inquisition, just to see, like, was my memory wrong? Was I jaded in terms of like how I remembered the last Dragon Age game, which was in 2014? I mean, visually, the game looks like a step down from what was released 10 years ago. The graphics, like the graphics look, like the graphics look closer to. I don't know if you've ever played Kingdoms of Amula. They look closer to that.
Amalur.
Yes,
Amalur was good. I mean, I enjoyed it.
But graphically, Amalur has got like the 360 Fable.
It looks kind of rough today.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a Fable game from like the 360 era. I mean, if you look at that game, first of all, the character proportions are off. Like all the characters have like this almost like they don't look realistic in their proportions. Immediately when the protagonist steps out, you can tell that they all look almost like Final Fantasy 9 characters, in the sense that they're not normally proportioned. They've got like this cartoony, almost like exaggerated look, and immediately to me that takes me out. This is supposed to be like a hardcore dark fantasy game. No, and then the gameplay, like it's just hit button, jump, and then the guy does a fancy move. Like they didn't show me anything that was Dragon Age in that entire trailer, except three characters that I knew from the previous games. And then the worst thing about it. Sorry?
What's the worst thing? Go ahead. Sorry.
No, the worst thing about it then is the color palette. Everything is like you can barely see anything. First of all, it's like they put that thing out like the night, which if it's BioWare, I'm actually sure that's what they did. It's literally like they saw the response and then they had something ready and then they went and prepared something last minute, which is why they're only showing you a section of gameplay from the beginning of the game, where the character has no special moves, without any explanation. We're just gonna show you the first like part of the game where you're not gonna see any of the cool things that you're gonna be able to do. We're gonna give you an environment that is so dark that you can barely make out anything, and the only other color that you can see is purple. And all the bad guys that they show are exactly the same. It's like the same sort of pride demons that have no shape. They look like this floating, purple sort of thing. Like, and I'm just like, this is what you're gonna show people after 10 years? Yeah, they're pride demons.
Hold on, why are they called pride demons?
No, pride demons.
Why are they called pride demons? That's what I want to know.
So the lore goes something about like with the wizards there, and I mean I'm kind of sketchy because it's been a minute since I played Dragon Age Inquisition.
Same.
It was like something to the effect of like these people who can channel magic are tapping into an other world, and that other world, as they're tapping into that, it's like eroding the fabric between reality and that other world, and those little demons escape those little tears, and something like that. I think something like that. Am I right or something?
Yeah, you're very close.
Yeah. When you say pride and it's June.
Yeah.
Oh, which is ironic. No. Like I didn't even think of that, but yeah,
yeah.
that actually, you know what? That's on theme. Like, and I'm not surprised they released it on Pride Month. You know, like I saw that release trailer and I was like, come on, guys, you guys are doing
like
this
bluish
again.
and purple, kind of. So.
That's all it is. That's all it is. And then like it's hard, man. It's hard to root for all these studios that are so super progressive, because every single time they're given an opportunity, it's like they completely ignore everyone that came before, and they take that whatever project it is and it becomes about whatever they believe in. And I feel like this game, to me, I looked at it and I was like, geez, this who played Dragon Age Inquisition and said, you know what, this is what I want in a sequel? Who played Dragon Age Origins and said, this is what I want in a sequel? I mean, go watch the trailers or the release trailers for Origins, even Dragon Age 2, for Origins, Dragon Age 2, and Inquisition. Inquisition is a little bit lighter toned, but it's supposed to be a bloody, like the two colors that you see in Dragon Age is silver and red. 90% of the time it's silver, red, and maybe some brown. That's how dark it is. That's how like dirty everyone is. And in this game, everyone is clean, and it's these low, like it's like these low detail, dude, like it's these cartoony looking like MOBA
Fortnite faces.
Everybody says Fortnite, but I think it's more.
Don't tell me Fortnite has more detail, because that would be a travesty.
I mean, like the art style is very similar to that. So look, it's this generic sort of cartoony style that everybody does when they're going to be making a mobile game. But like for me, dude, like this is what you release after in a world where Baldur's Gate 3 exists, and I'm just like, you guys are not serious. Well, like honestly,
watch it sell.
Now, let me get a pushback with Baldur's Gate 3. Remember, okay, so last year when Baldur's Gate 3 came out to high accolades, it was not reviewers who told us this, but it was other game developers who told us this, that they say, okay, Baldur's Gate 3 is a rare find. It's like a golden unicorn type situation, right?
It's going to be difficult to reach this.
Exactly. So like, as much as I would have loved to have the depth of Baldur's Gate 3 and Dragon Age, I walked away with a total 180 opinion of yours. I was like, okay, well, there was what they showed at the showcase, which I was very disappointed with what they showed in the showcase, because what they showed in the showcase looked like a hero fucking shooter, like all they did was you showed up to all these characters, and I'm like, oh fuck, they made Dragon Age into fucking Fortnite. Fuck, like, oh my God, But then I saw the deep dive, and so Dragon Age is interesting because, like when BioWare was hitting on full cylinders, there was two games that were like their pillars. One was Dragon Age and one was Mass Effect. And Mass Effect was always more real-time components than Dragon Age was. Mass Effect was like, okay, you were in a central hub, and then you went to planets and you did missions here, mission there. So and then the missions, they were like a little bit, they opened up on the planet a little bit, but they were never really like open world, right? And from what the developers said, they took the Dragon Age formula and they took the Mass Effect playstyle and merged the two. And from what I saw, like, okay, now true enough, I am hesitantly optimistic, because it's still EA, right? It's EA. You can't fucking like escape that shit. But from what I saw, if I was trying, Dragon Age was always janky, and I loved that about Dragon Age. It was like when you played it, it was like that weird motion, and it was really janky. And if I was like envisioning what a next gen update to a Dragon Age would be, I was like, okay, yeah, that would probably be a next gen update. So I walked away thoroughly thoroughly not impressed, but like a little bit more confident about the game. Because like, yeah, you might say, okay, well, it's real time, you hit a button, but dude, they turned Final Fantasy into that, so like, that's just, I guess that's just what generations now, right?
But make it look cool. Like, I hate to be like the South Park meme, but like, can you not just make it look cool at least? Like, why does it have to look lame? Like, compare it, just anyone.
Finish the statement, lame and
lame and proud. so, so my thing is go look at the opening 21 IGN. It's on IGN. The opening 20 minutes of Baldur's Gate 3 and compare that to the opening 20 minutes of Dragon Age Veilguard. I can't even remember the name because they changed it last minute. Which again, this is such a BioWare in crisis mode. We're making a game, that was supposed to be made in 10 years and 2 years. So we have to put
because
everything
it's
as we go.
EA. It's fucking EA. You can't.
But why is what have they been doing since then? Like, I mean, BioWare has only 2 properties that they work on. I know this. I mean, like, when it comes to BioWare, what EA tends to do, and this is what's actually destroyed the studio, is back in 2017 when they were supposed to be making was it 2017 or 2015? But around the time they were supposed to be making a Mass Effect Andromeda, they pulled BioWare developers because they wanted to introduce certain story elements with dialogue wheels and and certain technology and people that had worked on the Frostbite engine that were good. They pulled BioWare devs to go work on FIFA. Can you imagine the waste of talent? No offense to anyone that loves FIFA, but you're taking these guys that do all these like really specialized thing in an RPG and you're having them work on FIFA. And then when games come out, like this thing now with Veilguard, and they look so subpar compared to what the rest of the competition is doing. You just like, how is EA messing up this badly?
That's a terrible idea. Oshas, that's not a terrible idea. Because like FIFA, for example, I used to buy FIFA and play the career mode. Then I stopped buying it because the career mode was not evolving. If anything, the BioWare devs, if they went to FIFA specifically to work on like the campaign or the career, right? Because technically every game is a role-playing game. You are
thanks to BioWare.
Hold on.
But literally,
you are playing the role of a soldier in Call of Duty, right? You're playing the role of whatever the fuck is happening in Fortnite. I don't know what that is. Right?
Yeah.
You're playing the role of a football player in FIFA. So if there's a career mode and then you bring in the devs that are known for making like campaigns that are worth it for the people that put the time into it, it could give you a better product.
No, I agree. They benefited. I mean, those games, go look at the review scores of those early EA games that came out, let's say, the beginning of the
I was
Xbox.
there, bro.
Yeah, the PS4 and the Xbox One era. Those were some of the best. Those were the years when, before Konami went and screwed up Pro Evolution. Those were the years when EA really was owning Pro Evolution in terms of like reviews and just fan reactions. And it's thanks to BioWare. But what I'm saying is that when you take your best people from a studio like BioWare and you dedicate them to other projects, and then you expect their projects to flourish, I mean, what is that? Like, I really feel that BioWare, and this is why a lot of the talent has left, is because of things like that. Is because of the fact that they expected to do everything because they were super talented, those guys, and that's why EA used them for so many different projects. And it's probably why they're still open today, is because of how instrumental they've been to assisting EA finish other projects. However, my thing is that like, but I fear that if this game fails, and this is why I try to tell super fans, is that
when this game fails. Anyway, let's get into the topics. Let's get into it. First off, Sir X-Man, thank you so much. Happy Father's Day. Thank you for reminding me. I completely forgot to say it on the show. I did tweet it out, but I forgot. Happy Father's Day, Oshus. Happy Father's Day, Wise Old Gamer. Happy Father's Day to everyone to every man.
Well, let me say this
my
way.
future kids.
Happy Father's Day to all my fellow motherfuckers. There you go.
Let's go, the motherfuckers. Let's do it.
You know, it wouldn't be me if I didn't say it. Sorry. So there you go.
Sergeant Sentinel, welcome in. The Guinea. Yo, Oshus, are you watching the Euros? Wow, why make that face? What's that about?
I'm just like, well, Euros. No, like what Euros, dude? Like, what is that? Like, I'm not a TV. No, dude, I don't. Dude, I'm not a sports guy. Like,
oh, okay.
You can see he's not a sports guy. He like weighs 500 pounds. I'm just kidding.
You're not far off, Wise. You're not far off. I prefer to play sport though than watch sport.
My lord.
No. Like no, no, I'm not watching the Euros.
Okay,
but
I
like
usually don't watch
yeah,
the Euros in the group stage. Usually, I just wait for the knockouts. That's when I start watching, and I always support England. Always.
Those colonizers, you support the
colonizers.
colonizers.
I was about to say that he supports his former colonizers. Well,
That's what I'm saying.
England.
Yeah.
You were colonized by the Portuguese, though.
Yeah, I was colonized by the Portuguese.
Yeah, we were colonized by the Portuguese.
I wasn't colonized. All right, hold on. I was not colonized. My ancestors were colonized. Point is,
same
when it comes to
tomato.
When it comes to all this rubbish about colonizers this, colonizers that, guys, history is not as black and white as they as they sell it to us. All right, way before the colonizers got here, we were colonizing ourselves. All right, because like Americans and Europeans don't study African history. We do, so we know that there was tribes in Africa attacking, enslaving, and colonizing each other.
Well, the same thing in India, right?
There's a reason why in Zimbabwe they speak Ndebele. In South Africa, there's an ample section of South Africans that also speak Ndebele, but they call it Zulu. So how did that happen? Huh? And that's not just that's one example.
Yeah, that was Shaka Zulu.
No, but you go to the subcontinent where I'm from, right? Like you have 70 fucking dialects, 70 different like subcategories of people that like famously so when the English arrived, it wasn't the English who enslaved people. It was one of the other bands or tribes in India who enslaved another group of people in India who sold those slaves to the English people, So it wasn't,
No one wants to talk about that. No one wants to talk about that.
Same with the Dahomey. They did exactly the movie that they made, The Woman Came From.
That was just one example. It's just one example. I have a story to tell you guys. I have a story to tell you guys about my family specifically. Cautious. I can't say it online, but I have a very dark story to tell you guys about my family. It is really rough. So
they slave owners.
When you bring up the Dahomey, dude, it's like that's nothing. That is nothing. It was happening everywhere. The Dahomey are just the pop version of it was happening in Africa also.
Okay,
the Zulus. Sorry, Wise, go ahead.
No, do you know? Okay, so if you go to India, the South Indians are darker skinned than the Northern Indians. The Northern Indians, if you see them, they're very fair, right?
Yeah.
Do you know? So the true Southern Indians the true South Indians are the true people in India. The Northern Indians, the lighter skinned people, are the people who came from the north above Pakistan, where like Kazakhstan and all those places are. They came down here.
Oh yeah, because Kazakhstanis. I always thought Kazakhstan was full of like darker skinned Asians, and then I met Kazakhstanians in South Africa, and then they showed me their like family tree or pictures from their family. And I'm like, you guys look
like where Borat is from.
No, but you know what white. But do you know what they called themselves?
What?
You know what race they called themselves? They called themselves the Aryan race. Aryans. This is what we pronounced them in India. Aryans.
The North Indians.
The North Indians were called the Aryan race. The Aryan race, which was then taken by Hitler and made into the Aryan race.
Wow.
Yeah.
So there's a huge contingent of Indian people that inspired the Third Reich.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, it was basically genocide. Deep. It was genocide and apartheid way before it became even a vocabulary word. Let's put it
us dark-skinned people have just had it rough for a long time, hey? Just for being dark-skinned, regardless whether you're Indian, whether you're black, if your skin is dark of shade.
It's something about people being born around the equator are just not as valued as people being born above the equator for some reason. You're
gonna play life on higher grade. You're playing on the highest difficulty mode.
Exactly.
South Park got it right.
You're playing God level.
Ricky is a good point.
Exactly. You're playing the God of War levels of the game. God of War.
Pretty much.
Yep,
Pretty much.
that's what you're doing.
Rachie says Africa is everything to create a great video game. War, tribes, kingdoms, gods.
I've been saying.
Debating, slavers, and drama. You know what? I'm going to say this as often as I can because I don't know where to start. If I'm being 1,000% honest, I need to get in touch with people that can help me to get books out, whether it's an actual novel or comic books or whatever. If anyone knows any resources in terms of like editors or publishers that are interested in something, I have stories to tell and I'd like to get them out. So if there's anyone that knows anything or anyone, please send them in my direction.
Anyone in the chat who's an author, here you go. There's your subject. There's your muse.
So I'm an amateur writer, and there's so many independent resources today. Look, you don't really even need a publisher. I mean, you can start, like, for instance, with something like Wattpad, and then decide where you want to go from there. But I signed up to Wattpad. Apple's, it's WATT. It's literally like a book forum or a book app where you can, like, people publish their fiction, and then also establish like relationships with other people that who are published and whatnot. And then you can sort of see how to go about it there. But like I signed up, for instance, I tried to sign up for Google's one, but it's very hard to get into that. There's a long waiting list. But I signed up for Apple's partner program because you can also publish books through them. So you can publish directly to them. So publishing a book today is not really that big of a deal. You can even do it through Amazon. The main thing is sort of, just write something. And then from there, literally you could Google how to publish. And then it'll give you all the different outlets where you can get your book published.
And if you're not,
so my concern is getting like IP, like stolen.
So you see, that there is a very, very tricky thing. It's very difficult to protect an IP for a small book because it's just literally what it is just an idea. Your best bet is to get it out there. Once you get it out there, published, then if you published it first, and it went public first, and people were able to get your stuff, you can look at the legalese behind it, but you can't sort of protect it before you've published it. That's what I've found in my research. But once you've published it, it's sort of like, if somebody else goes and maybe uses your same idea, then you've got precedence on that. But just before you publish, you can go and look up like how to protect your work. It's pretty straightforward though, a lot of it.
So you're looking for a ghostwriter, but you don't really even need a ghostwriter these days, Loke. I mean, with the way AI is going and everything, you can pretty much dictate your story to like your phone. There's like apps that you can download that will convert your stories to text, and then you can go back and proof it yourself, or you can find an editor to proof it.
So that's what I do. I do text to speech because it's just so much faster. Because I'm not patient enough to sit and actually type
text
pages
to speech or speech to text.
Speech to text. Yeah. So
I'm sorry, I'm very finicky about words. I'm very finicky about words.
No, all good. But that's exactly what I do. Is I just do speech to text, and then you write pages and pages within literal minutes, man, versus spending hours on it.
Mm-hmm. At least get your thoughts out of your brain and onto something black and white.
And then I can organize them.
Exactly. Yeah. The hardest part is going from
send me that stuff.
Yeah.
Send me your tools, please. All right. Let's get into it. So hopefully there's going to be lots of laughs today. Hopefully. But let's start off with some video games because it is TSWS Gaming. Let me.
Who did your intro, dude?
Quick.
That intro was phenomenal. Who did your intro?
One of Ham's childhood friends.
Oh wow!
So if you'd like something done as well, you could just hook up with Ham on the DMs, and then I'm sure he'll be willing to hook you up. And if you don't like that guy's style specifically, you could probably do it. Oh, wait, are you talking about the video or the music?
The music.
Yeah, the music is
good. You could probably talk to Ham. He can hook you up with the dude. And if that's not the specific style you're looking for, the same way one podcaster knows another, I'm sure that one music maker will know another.
Yep.
So
Okay. Cool.
that's my advice for you.
Yeah.
This is something that I found very fun. You can there's so many details on Grand Theft Auto. If you shoot the gas thingy, it leaks.
Oh, nice.
And if you drive the car long enough after it leaking, the car will stop and it won't start. It'll die. There we go. It's dead. Can you hear him trying to start the engine?
Come on.
Huh? Guys.
Let's go.
I just want to point out, like, this is an old ass game. GTA
Is that 5?
That's 5,
Yeah.
bro.
Well, I
This
never
is an
knew all
old
this time
ass
that.
game.
Are you serious? I never knew that mechanic even existed. Like you're like, this is the first
Dead
time I'm being
serious,
exposed
bro.
to that. Wow.
Dead serious.
No, GTA 5 has a lot of things like that. They like small little details where if you look hard enough, you'll notice things that you can tell that like someone went and put actual thought into it. But yeah, that's what 200 million gets you.
Okay, so
That's true.
You think they're going to Take-Two is going to take it to the next level for 6, or you think
Yeah.
they're just going to just phone it in?
Look at the reveal trailer. Look at the reveal trailer after everyone was complaining about the fact that the moment you saw that reveal trailer, nobody was talking. And if you go and you look at like the likes to dislikes ratio, that reveal trailer, like it's got over 100, I think, million views or whatever. But the reveal trailer has 11 million likes and something like 300,000 dislikes. So like they never miss, and they know exactly what their customers want, and they every time they deliver a trailer, they deliver that. Like I don't understand why this is so lost. Which is
Ushers. They gave us that awesome mechanic on San Andreas, where you could gain weight and lose weight, gain muscle, and become what's it? What do they call them? Those people that are super skinny, that don't eat.
Anorexic.
Yeah, you can do everything of that. Yeah. Why not keep that for the rest of the series? What's the problem?
I think that had a lot to do with GTA 4 though, because GTA 4 was a much more dialed back experience. They removed all those mechanics, all those RPG mechanics.
They should have dialed it up.
Well, the thing is, like, I think they had a choice because they were moving to the Rage engine.
Yeah.
And they had a choice, like, exactly. Like, that stuff, I think, took more resources than having to focus on RPG mechanics. And the reason I think they didn't do it in 5 is because of the fact that, again, if they were making a solo type of game, like a Red Dead type of game, probably they could have added those mechanics, but now they gave you 3 protagonists. And that's a mechanic, again, that's very demanding for... This was PS3 360 technology, dude. So I think they had to dial it back. Yeah. So we'll see what they do with 6. Maybe they will. I don't know, but I think 6 is a little bit too dialed in story-wise for them to have those kind of mechanics. But let's see, because I believe that you're going to be. Awesome. I think you're going to be playing both the female and the male, most now. They as a couple.
So that's another excuse. You know what? So GTA 7 in 2040. They might as well just give us one protagonist. I don't care if it's male or female. I don't care. Yeah. But I want the chance to be swole in the game.
Maybe they will. Maybe they'll include it. Like I think the game has been in development long enough that putting RPG mechanics in it would benefit them for the online portion of the game. So maybe they will build that in, that, you know, either of your characters, if they eat too much, they get fat. If they don't exercise, they can't run from the cops.
Also, oh fuck. Oh, dude, I just came up with a genius idea. Wise, Ushers.
Mm-hmm.
What if we say it's not body inclusive for them to not let us be fat in the game? Yes! Yes! Everyone in the chat, just start spamming that shit on Twitter. Right? Just tell them they need to be body inclusive. Right? Yeah. Ushers, why are you laughing like that? I'm dead serious. We need to be body inclusive right now.
Anyway, I take that stuff seriously, man. It's weird. Like it's a weird place that we're in gaming at the moment. Like it doesn't make sense to me. Like business wise, I don't understand why they're making the decisions that they're doing. But Rockstar as a company again. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm not going to tell you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But like what I'm saying is that like at least Rockstar, one thing I like about them is they still understand where the money is made, which for me puzzles me why EA, Xbox, and a lot of these other devs just don't get it. Like Rockstar knows who's their customers, their core for fan base. They will always market to their core fan base, regardless, what article comes out saying they're being more progressive. If I look at that trailer that was released last time, it had all the things that if Rockstar was, let's say, being internally censoring themselves, they would have never presented. It had all the wretchedness, it had all the sort of like Florida type, outrageous stuff that you expect. And none of it was like, nobody complained. Not a single person complained about like, GTA is woke now or whatever. Like everybody liked it. Everybody was like, shit, yeah, definitely we're on board. When can we? The only complaint about GTA 6 was, when is it coming? And they can't tell you. They said 2025, but it looks like it's been pushed back again. But that's the only thing that everybody complained about, is like, I want to play this game tomorrow. No one said that about Dragon Age. or Saints Row before that. No one wants to play that crap, dude. It's like, nah, like no. What is this?
All right, so let's cleanse the palate. Let's go into some social stuff. Ushers, Wise, I don't know if Wise is still there. Here we go. So, meet and greet photo with Chris Brown leads to a breakup. This chick here
I saw this.
paid $1,000 to hug or to get hugged by Chris Brown, like so. So the question to you and Wise is, would you break up over this?
Like, I don't even know if I would date a girl that would be impressed by something like this. Like, it's weird.
Oh, you was dating her and you did not detect that she'd be into this.
Yeah.
Would you?
No, I wouldn't.
Let's
like,
say you're dating for 2 years. Would you break up?
Like, no, dude, like, this is a girl thing. Like, girls do stuff like this all the time. Like, I would just, it would be cringe. It would be like, yeah, you know what? I also need you to, like, give me a cringe get out of jail free card. So, in other words, I also want to be able to do something this stupid, and you be cool with it. So, no, I wouldn't. I would just say, okay, cool. So, we're doing this now. We're doing this stupid stuff. All right, cool. So let me do this stupid stuff as well. If they're comfortable with that, bro. No, it's just a matter of.
What?
But like, this is a harmless thing, most because that's what she's gonna tell
me. It. What if she said
no? But like, why? Why would she say no?
You posited, right? Like, if you said if she did this, I'd be saying I'd say, okay, then I'm going to do this. What if she said no? Don't do that. I'm not comfortable with that.
But why would she not want me to do something like this if she did it?
Because she's not comfortable with it.
Oh, but I need to be comfortable with it. That makes no sense. like
I'm asking you, would you break up over this?
If she was not comfortable with me doing this and she did this, yes, then we would probably end up breaking up, because that sounds like an insane person to me. Like, why are you allowed to do certain things that I'm not allowed to do in the same relationship? We sort of have to be on the same page, don't we? So the only time I would have a problem with this, if she did this and I said, all right, cool, I'm gonna go to what is it, VividCon or one of those is it Brazers Con or whatever, and take pictures with Alexis Texas or whatever, and then you need to be cool with it. Like, and then I think that's fair. I think that's fair. She should allow me and give me a free break to do that. If she's gonna be doing this with Chris Brown, let me go hug some hot cute porn star, man. Yeah, why not?
So I disagree with you. Your management of your relationship, and I'm just giving you my honest opinion. I disagree with it.
I think I'm being fair
because you like, and this is gonna trigger you or maybe other people as well. This business of we need to be able to do the same things in this relationship is bullshit. It's bull.
Why? Why,
Because
Why?
we are not the same. We are not the
Why?
same.
So who gets a get out of jail free card for what? I need to understand this. To me, it needs to be like for like, man.
We are not the same. So
Yeah.
Going off of that premise of we are not the same, there's the whole argument of because you did it, I should be able to do it. No, the right way to engage with it, in my opinion, is am I comfortable with this? That's all. That's all. Because I would hate to be in a situation like following your logic. I would be like uncomfortable with this, but I would have to make peace with it if she says you can go and do it with someone else. But I'm not comfortable with this, dude. Regardless of whether I get to do it with someone else or not. So that's why I completely disagree with the way you think.
Yes, but again, for me, I get where you're coming from. So you would tell her, "Don't do this" to begin with, right? That's what you're.
Oh no, I would have broken up with her. I would have just broken up.
Oh, so you'd break up with her. Okay, cool.
Oh,
so
yeah,
from my thinking is very simple, and again, I'm very liberal when it comes to this because it's the same thing I said to this other dude from he's an old Real Deal podcast guy. So my thing is like I think people should be free to do whatever or express themselves however. So I do not have a problem with what a person does with themselves, with their body. Like they're free to do that, in my opinion. And the only thing I think is that whatever you do in a relationship, you should be comfortable with your partner being able to do as well. That's my rule for any relationship. Is I'm very sort of like, cool, you know what? If you're comfortable doing that and you're comfortable with me doing that, that's not, because this is not something that offends me. I'm not jealous about Chris Brown, an R&B celebrity holding my girl. It doesn't affect me. But she should also be cool if, like, for instance, I want to go and hug female celebrities. Then it's like for like. Then no one is doing anyone in. Then we're cool. We're chill. If we can both be mature about it, that's fine. This doesn't bother me. Like, you don't own the person. Like a human being is gonna be touched by other human beings. I don't care. Like I have no sort of attachment to that. Morally, anyway. Morally.
That is wild.
Like, how is that wild? That is so. This is such common sense, though, dude. It's such a simple thing.
Like I don't even know where to engage this from. It's just, Anyway, let's move on. Let's go back to the games.
Again, like it's. I just let's
go back to
Chris
the games.
Brown, really?
Before you make me throw up. Capcom Super Elections, the results are in. So I saw this. I'm going to be honest. I initially saw this from Grums. He put it on his Twitter.
Why do you have to put a disclaimer?
Why do I have to put a disclaimer? Because Twitter won't let us like stuff and know who you're liking stuff from. So I think a lot has been lost in social media where we like to pretend like we are the originators of everything that we put out into the world. So I'm just being honest that I did not stumble upon this. I'm sharing the source of where I got this from. The same way, like when I read IGN articles, for example, I always say this is from our dear beloved IGN, or it's this from VGC, this is from The Verge, etc., etc. So Super Capcom Elections, 254,000 people voted. And here are some numbers. So this is the male and female ratio, 82%, 14%, and 4% other. Oshis, do you have any thoughts on this?
I'm not surprised. I mean, like, this is what we've been advocating as like core gamers, is the fact that why are you making games for people that don't play games? Like, why are you moving the direction of your games towards if I combine the female and other, that's 18%. And you're saying fuck the 82% that buys your games on a regular basis. So we need to now look at ugly characters. We need to look at your messaging in our games. And like, like literally they're making garbage decisions based on the fact that they saw a study somewhere that said 50% of gamers are female. No, 50% of all gamers, which is inclusive of things like mobile games. That's not core gaming. Capcom, what they did here actually to me is so important. And I think the likes of Microsoft, Sony, and other big publishers need to go do this to find out who their fan bases are. Because currently now literally all their marketing is skewed to the 18% of the market. Screw the 82% that actually buys the games. I'm not going to market to those people. I'm going to sell them generic whatever, because that's what I think is, the other half of gaming. So I love this. I thought this was genius, and I would want to see more of these being done by other companies.
You're stealing all my talking points. I think that, like, for the next subject, I will first speak and then I'll pass it on to you. But yeah, that's essentially the takeaway that I got from this. I'm like, dude, essentially they've been gaslighting us. What was happening in 1999 is still happening. Male gamers are still the foundation of the household that is gaming. This billion trillion dollar industry, it's us. We're the ones keeping it up, but we are being treated as if we don't exist, which doesn't make sense to me at all. But anyway, I don't want to belabor the point and repeat everything Oshis just said. Here's the generation divide. So the 10s or the teens are 8%, the 20s are 39%, the 30s are 38%.
Look at
that. We're not the majority anymore. What the hell?
But that's fine. The 20-year-olds share the same sort of taste and sentiments that we do. But for some reason, Microsoft has got it that they want to market to that 10%. That is like what? That 8% that is in the teens because of the fact that they play Fortnite. Yeah, like they literally want to market to those people, and then they think that those are gamers because they play cell phone games. And I'm like, first of all, anyone that's under 20 does not care about consoles or does not care about PC. They don't want to go buy a game for $70. So I am going to go as a 20-year-old that likes games because I look up to the 30-year-olds and I follow their channels. And, my brother or my dad, introduced me to this stuff. So I want to go play those games. So that is the people that they should be targeting. The 20 and the 30 market, they literally want the same shit. They want the same things. But for some reason, Microsoft has told everybody that, no. We must target that 8% that's in the tens. The problem with that, Loke, is the fact that then they look at their Game Pass numbers and they wonder why they're not growing. And I'm like, well, geez, who are you selling this thing to? Who do you want to buy this thing?
Fair points. Remake Station has a question. I'll answer first, then you can go wash it. Because if you saw the most beautiful woman and was super hot, and then we're able to get her in bed, but find out she has a wee-wee, would that bother you? Yeah. It's not my preference. So yes, that would bother the fuck out of me. I would politely say, "Oh, this ain't for me. Excuse me," and leave. Oh shit. Would that bother you?
Where's Wise? Is Wise still on?
Oh, suddenly he has lost his voice.
I was gonna say, like, what are we talking here? How beautiful is this woman? I'm a fair game type of dude. Like,
dude, the most beautiful woman, the most. Like, you've never seen anything like her. She leaves Halle Berry in her prime in the dust.
I don't know. Like, yeah. Then what is there to discuss? I think that's.
I want you to look at the camera and say that again. What?
I'm good. Like what? Like what am I supposed to say? Look, like I'm attracted to attractive people, which is why I don't like people not making people attractive in games. Like, look, I'm very when it comes to that.
Remake Station. There you go.
You've got my answer. Remake Station. In fact, to that point,
Broman, the fifth floor says, "Hey, yo." Go ahead, Oshis. Finish your point.
I was gonna say, I don't know how young your audience is, but I don't know if you guys have watched a movie. There's a dude. He was
If
a
it's
very big
spicy, don't
celebrity.
mention it. Don't mention.
No,
If
well,
it's
no,
spicy,
it is, but I mean, it's a very popular mainstream movie. It stars Forrest Whitaker, and it also stars
what's it called?
J Davison, and I forgot the British actor's name. I can't remember the name of the movie, but Jay Davison, he's a dude. Like, but back in the
Yeah.
day, he had like that Michael Jackson thing going, where like he plays
Okay.
Ra in Stargate.
Bro, what is the movie called?
I don't remember the actual movie, but I didn't have a
So
problem with
what's your
that. Like
point? I
the
don't
Crying Game,
understand.
yes, Remake Station knows the movie. The Crying Game, like, look, I mean, if she looks as like attractive as like how Jay Davison, how good, like, look, you have to sort of decide what's important to you as a person, as an individual.
Jay Davison, who?
Jay Davison, yeah. He's an actor from the
Davidson.
90s. Yeah, Davidson. He's an actor from the 90s. He was super popular back in the day. He looked, because of the fact that he looked like a girl, like he didn't look like a dude.
Yo, this guy is he pretty.
That's my point. Is that like
that's all I'm gonna say about that. He pretty.
I mean, if you saw him in Stargate, he literally, you can't tell what he is. And I'm chilled with that, dude. Like, I mean, it's not a big deal to me. It's not that big of a deal. The person is cool, yeah.
Right.
Well, why not? And again,
So
and then again,
thanks for that.
It just goes to show that most people are chilled with this stuff unless you start shoving up down their throats. Like, no one cares.
That's
Everybody's
true.
chill.
That's true. Humans don't react well to getting choice taken away from them.
Yeah.
What you have to do is give us the illusion of choice. Then you're good. But as soon as you tell us we have no choice, then that Adam and Eve spirit pops right out. It's like, okay, now I'm going to do this. Broman says, my spirit and Gentiles won't allow it. Okay.
And I understand
I think you want
that
to
as
say
well.
genitals. I think you want to say genitals.
Yeah. I understand that as well, dude. Like, yeah, you know,
dude, Ushers, this is why, like, people from our generation, this is why we used to look up to the US, because they were literally about inclusion. And when they said inclusion, they meant it. They meant everyone. Now they've become, these people, those guys are bad. We don't mess with them. We don't like them. That's when we're like, okay, what's going on?
And the irony is, the people that, like, for instance, they don't like is the people that buy most of this media. Like, the people that are being sort of alienated out of this, and this is why the backlash, and then they all pretend like they don't understand why there's backlash, is because you've told the guys that buy most of the stuff, which is 20 to 30-year-old something white guys, that we're not making this for you. You've had the last 20 years of this stuff. We don't care about making it for you. We want to make it for the 18%.
18%.
And I'm like, what? Like, which business school did you guys go to? Did you go to the business school of losing money? At what point in time do you come out directly and tell your main audience that you don't need them? Like, and the one thing that sickens me the most, and you see this in most of these fandoms, is when they say shit like, if you don't like it, then don't buy it. And then 6 months later, the studio is closing down. And then I'm like, what the fuck did you guys expect? You told everybody not to go buy your product. Now nobody bought your product, and now the game is dead. Are you happy now? And then all of them are quiet. All those super fans that were, yes, let's do it. Let's. And I'm just like, Jesus fuck. I don't know. Like, where's the common sense in all this?
They love you enough to like and retweet your post.
Exactly.
They don't love you enough to buy the game. All right.
And guess
the
who
next
does?
section.
Those guys.
The ones that you don't like. Moving on, we have the country ratio. 4% for the UK, 2%, a couple of China 3%, 21% Japan. Japanese people buy a lot of games. Yes. Canada, United States 28%, Mexico, and Brazil with 11%.
And this is Capcom games, Mosne.
Yeah, this is Capcom. It's Capcom.
Yeah, no, that 21% makes sense because if you look at Japan, it's mostly Nintendo, it's mostly Capcom. Who else is big in Japan right now? Like is it
Konami.
Namco? No,
Yeah,
Konami
Namco.
I would say is probably behind
Bandai
Namco
Namco
right now because Konami do like they barely release any games except for eFootball and now
But
and then a
they
Metal
own
Gear
Metal
Solid
Gear.
game.
They
When
own
last
Metal
did you have a
Gear.
Metal Gear game, bro? Like
All right, Oshis. All right, moving
Survivor.
on.
Come on.
The number one character for Capcom
Dante.
is Dante. Makes sense. Number one title, the latest DMC also makes
Badass
sense.
character, yeah. Jeez, Dino Crisis. Damn, I'm surprised.
What
it's
is
even
this?
in the...
Which of the following Capcom games do you like the best?
Look at
Dino
that.
Crisis came in second.
Dino Crisis
That's
second.
wild.
It's because
This thing
people
is
want
ancient.
Capcom. Yeah, people want Capcom to make Dino Crisis, which I don't
And
disagree
for the
with.
most part, it seems Capcom really cares what people think and
Yeah.
do the thing that the people
Exactly.
want.
Exactly.
That is
and
imagine
look,
that concept. Imagine that concept. People,
now
a company, right, that
yeah.
asks the people that give them money, right, ask them
mm.
what do you guys like, and then gives those people that thing. Imagine that. That's wild.
So lost on Western gaming. Like an example to that, imagine if Capcom was a Western company remaking Resident Evil 1 all the way up to Resident Evil 4. All your characters, Leon would be an overweight person with pronouns and whatnot. They would have gone and changed so many things about the game because of the fact that it has to appeal to modern audiences. The reason those remakes are so successful is because to a large extent they stick to the exact thing they were back in the day, just with improved graphics, and everybody loves them. But if it was being remade by a Western studio, I promise you would just notice so many things. The character models would look like it's like exactly what's happening with Silent Hill with Konami. Now all of a sudden the character looks a little bit like she's had a few burgers more than she did back in 2001, and it's like people are not supposed to notice.
All right, so let me stop you right there. Let's move on. This is a rumor, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to preface this and repeat it again. This is a rumor. This is not a fact, right? So rumor has it, this is from Niche Gamer. Rumor has it, Wukong developers rejected a $7 million extortion from diversity, equity, and inclusion consultants. All right. So, according to a journalist on the Chinese social media platform Weibo, Black Myth Wukong is experiencing a harassment campaign from Western critics and journalists after rejecting offers from DEI consultants. The post in Chinese mentions how these consultancy firms interfere with games like God of War, Ragnarok, Assassin's Creed, or Dying Light 2, Stay Human. Notably, they mention the boycotts to the game Hogwarts Legacy due to J.K. Rowling's transphobic comments. Quick aside on that one, we tried to tackle these transphobic comments. We didn't find them, but to each his own, I guess. Anyway, Chinese media refused. Okay, so here's the English translation. The reason why the team behind Black Myth Wukong has been subjected to persistent sexist attacks and slander since their first promotional video is because they have consistently what?
Yeah.
Right,
no,
so
there's
this
a
leads to a
backlash.
Twitter post.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to leave, but my boy from he was in college. He just came in, and he brought me a college he brought me a Father's Day present and everything. So that's what I was.
That's beautiful. Yeah. That's beautiful.
But yeah, I have to leave in about 30 minutes or so because my running group starts in about 2:45. But yeah, you're telling me there's a backlash for Black Myth Wukong?
Yeah. So this is a report that we first saw on Niche Gamer, but the link takes us to Twitter, and this person has a Pirate Nation. Who is this? Gaming news, PC tools, emulation, DRM, PC help, memes, and more. Discord. Okay, it seems like this is 35,000 follow. Okay, so seems like they have a following. I think it's a news outlet or something. Says the reason why the team behind Black Myth Wukong has been subjected to persistent sexist attacks and slander since their first promotional video is because they have consistently refused political correctness guidance and rejected the extortionate guidance fees of millions of dollars demanded by these political correctness teams. Actually, such teams are quite common in Europe and America. They interfere with works like Assassin's Creed, Dying Light. Okay. These changes are the direct result of interference. Game science teams refuse to communicate with these groups and reject their interference. Most notably, they refuse to pay the exorbitant $7 million in guidance fees. This is the direct reason why they're being attacked and slandered. Some justifications are based on the team's lack of diversity or representation, which doesn't align with the political correctness standards. A typical example is an article by a major IGN writer criticizing Hogwarts Legacy. All right, so this, I guess all of this is a translation of this report coming in from China. Before you guys go off on this one, I just want to say, first off, $7 million. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to be charging, especially if you're the one who's like selling your services. Like these devs from Black Myth Wukong didn't go looking for these consultants. They went to Black Myth Wukong according to this rumored report, right? So imagine someone coming and knocking on your door and saying, "Give me $1 million."
Basically extortion.
To make what? And then if you don't do it, hold on. Let me put this up on screen. Otherwise, it'll look as if I'm just talking out of my ass. If you don't do it, what happens is this. So again, I'd like to point out that this was published on IGN, but Rebecca Valentine and Ki Hu Chan are the people that made this. So, yeah, I'm about to cap for IGN one more time, or for reporting in general. It's the reporter that comes up with whatever it is they want to say. And sure, IGN does have to still greenlight it and publish it, but the reporter bears the brunt of the opinion that they put forward, in my opinion. Wise, go ahead.
Okay, so I emphatically do not support the actions of of the games, like, for example, with Bobby Kotick and what he was doing with Activision and, the Cosby Room and all of these other shit that goes on there, the toxic work environment. That was wild. That shit should not be in any workplace. However, to criticize a game based off of a narrative legend as being sexist, that does not sit well with me at all in any understanding. Like, this is the stuff that pisses me off. It's like, why are you trying to politicize everything? I don't get it. Now, if that means, like, it says sexism, but is it sexism in the work environment, or is it sexism in their game that they did not like have enough like diversity in their games and stuff like that? I mean, first of all, how would you even have diversity in a game like this anyways? I mean, you're playing as anamorph type things, right?
Wise, there were black people in China back in that era.
No. I'm not saying that there wasn't, but I'm just saying, but like, there's
also
like,
Ushers. Ushers,
I'm
you
not.
know
No,
they
no, no,
wanted
no.
to
I'm
make
not
the
doing that.
monkey.
I'm not. This
You know they
literally
wanted to
the
make
main
the
character is a
Monkey King
monkey.
into the Monkey Queen. You know they wanted to do that, Ushers. You know that's what they wanted to do. But let's read the mentions of sexism in the article itself. So
Here's something.
I've
Let me say
searched and
something.
highlighted them.
Let me say something here before you read it. This journey into the West with the whole it's very famous because of Goku and all that. But this having a monkey god is very endemic for that region because even India, we have monkey god. We call him Hanuman. So yeah.
Glory to anime.
So yeah, I don't know.
Let's read the mentions of sexism so we can kind of see if there's any like meat on this. Beneath the luster of this Souls-like is a studio plagued by claims of sexism. Several posts have surfaced from Chinese social media site Weibo, written by individuals from the studio, that contain multiple references to genitalia and sexual innuendos. These have provoked a backlash among some in the games community, many of whom are women. Ushers, that 12% you were talking about. This was coupled by recruitment posters by the studio produced in 2015, which featured images and headlines that point to a culture of ingrained sexism in game science. Game science is the developer. So, first off,
go ahead.
It's posts on Weibo pointing to genitalia and sexual innuendo. I think this is the type of stuff that should be pursued, in my opinion. Like, someone needs to get fired, or someone needs to go to court and prove that this happened. But if you go to court and it's acceptable, because I'm sure if the people are pointing this on Weibo, I'm sure someone went to HR. You need to get this reported to make the people responsible take the fall for it. But either this is acceptable, dude, and this leads to my second point. This leads to my second point. But if the behavior pointed out is acceptable in that country's culture, in that city's culture, in that company's culture, and you cannot legally enforce it, then leave it. Leave. Go somewhere else. You know why? Because offense to sexual innuendo, most offense really is taken. I can take offense to Wise not being on camera right now. But I can't legally prosecute him or get him in trouble because I'm offended by what he did. This is why laws and objective truth is important. I know this is probably the wrong month to bring this up, but this business of my truth, my lived experience, my truth, this is what happens. Because now it becomes true, even though it's really not. This was coupled by recruitment posters produced, which featured images and headlines that point to a culture. So again, right? You know how a jihadist will put up a poster inviting other jihadis, but the image has to kind of call the people that want to commit jihad. Mm-hmm. That's just basic marketing. It only makes sense, right? So if you have this culture of sexual innuendos and genitalia, let me finish. You have this culture in your company of sexual innuendo and genitalia, and that's what your dev team likes, and everyone's cool, or most of the people within the company are cool with it. You want to bring more people in that believe in that. That's what you do. You don't get offended at the company, right, for putting a front and saying this is what we are, this is what we like, right? Because we all believe in inclusion, yes? Mm-hmm. And inclusion means, right, inclusion means that at the Pride Parade, only the people that believe in that pride are there and enjoying it in the actual pride, not on the side of the road, but in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is fine. But you know what's happening there? There's exclusion happening because the people that are
they're being faulted. They're
actively
being
in
faulted.
it.
No, but they're being faulted for the people who are not there. No. What's going on is that, okay, you have a pride parade, but then me, who say I don't support it, if I don't come out and show a feign of support, I get criticized because I don't support it. Like, I'm just making playing devil's advocate here. So it's like, and then another thing, and you know this, Loke, you can't take your Western glasses and then criticize everyone to that standard, because not every culture has the same political correctness and proportionalities that your culture does. Does that make it any culture right or wrong? I don't think it does. However, at the same time, you sort of have
to Wise. We kind of have to defend like the Americans that engage in this type of behavior. And Oshus, I know you're 100% behind me when I say this. Americans and the Western world have spent, like, most of you guys were born after the World War, the Second World War. All you know is imposing your will on the world. That is all you know. That is how the world works. So I'm not saying it's the right thing. I'm just saying I can understand why many or most of the people in the West would look at the rest of the world and be like, no, this is how you should do it, right? It, like, Karening around, being a Karen is part of your culture. Like, no one has more military bases on the planet outside their own country than you guys. So it kind of comes with the package. You know what I mean? Like, when you buy the Xbox, it comes with the controller. When a Westerner is born, they kind of come with the authoritative view on everything and everyone. Does that make sense? I think we lost Wise. I think I went in a little too hard on it.
It makes sense to me. No, I agree with you. It makes sense. I mean, like, and and this is what I always like look at, like, people on the internet on X specifically, and I say, you guys don't get it. Like, everyone thinks they're the good guy in America. So you have the other half thinking they're the good guys, and you have the other half thinking they're the good guys. I'm like, you guys don't get it. Your democracy is split exactly almost 50-50. None of you are the good guys. It's a matter of who wins the next election. And then that will be the guy that will be in charge. It is beautiful. And I just feel that,
I could live in a world where it's 50-50.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of countries don't have that. But the problem with that is that the guys...
Look at what just happened in SA. Oshus.
Well, yeah, I'm happy. Yeah. It's all good. It's all because now we finally have
you're all good with ANC, with the ANC joining up with the DA.
Yeah, yes, that's the best case scenario, my man. Like, it's like,
what things could have saying that they got betrayed?
No, man, it's just internet trolls. Like, they're not voters. The normal voter knows what they voted for, and they voted for an ANC/DA government, which is a combination of a Western government with an African government. That's what you want. You want, like, fiscal responsibility and all those things that are actually very lacking in a lot of African governments. You want that control, and the DA has proven
most of.
Yes,
when you say absolutely. A lot of, it could be just 30%. It could be 20%.
Yeah, I'm being generous.
It's 90%.
Absolutely. Yes. So we have that. Like, if this works, we're gonna have that for the next 5 years. And I hope we vote for it again. So going back to the Americans, is that with the Americans, what they don't understand is that the Democrats don't see, like, a lot of the stuff that they're doing as enforcing their will. They think they're doing the right thing. They think, no, we're on the right side of history. We're trying to get everyone. I'm like, but no, you're not asking. You have to understand, if you're on the right side of history, you don't force people to do things. You ask
people will see that you're right, and they will follow you.
Exactly.
You don't even have to ask them, dude. they'll just follow you because they're like, oh yeah,
exactly.
this guy
is
knows
so
what he's
lost
doing.
on them. This is so lost on them. Like, no, we have to force you to think like us because your thinking is wrong. And I'm like,
we have to
dude,
force behaviors.
exactly. You have to conform to how we behave, or it's the same reason that the moment they don't agree with your opinion, they're gonna call you an ist or an phobe. And it's like,
or
what?
you have internalized
Exactly.
racism. Because you're
Exactly.
like when they find out that you are actually black, they're like, oh fuck, no, you have internalized whatever. And they're like, no, but I'm African. Then it's like, let me find something else. It's embarrassing to watch. It really is.
It is so bad.
Let's check the next mention of sexism here. Okay, these crude expressions and the culture of sexism also seem to extend to the rest of game science as well, even prior to the studio's founding. In a 2014 annual meeting held at Tencent, members of the Asura online team, some of them being the co-founders of Game Science, produced a video that poked fun at the imagined plight of its team after the game was shut down. In this video, a few male employees were depicted as adult film actors and a rapist after they lost their jobs, whereas some of its female staff had to work as nightclub hostesses and footbath attendants. That sounds sketchy.
Yeah, like I mean, come on, like so.
But
again, like,
is it sexist or is it inclusive? Because
no,
technically,
like,
hold on, Oshas. Hold on. Because technically, literally, they made fun of both the male and female employees.
Yeah,
but would it not be sexist to only make fun of the male employees? Does that not leave the women out, thus making it exclusionary? You could say that these crude jokes were inclusion focused. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
So my thing is, first of all, I'm not sure what the culture in China around that is. If it was Japan, I would have a better idea in terms of like, well, okay, cool, what's acceptable within the corporate culture here and what's not. In Japan, I think that tends to be pretty straightforward. In China, I don't know what.
Cautious.
Yeah, well, my lenses, dude, like a South African.
That's why we're here.
In terms of like, what's allowed.
That's why we're here.
West, and I know American, and American lenses, which is what this article is looking at things through. I like that, and America has got like a very specific sort of guidelines around that sort of thing. And another thing is just, of course, the size of this company. If I look at the size of this company, like a lot of if it was a public listed company or a big private company, maybe I would understand the backlash because of the fact that like something like this at bigger organizations can be deemed as unacceptable. But if you're a small, like almost like literally indie company, like really, and the most important thing, Loki, is that we were not there. We don't know the context in which these things were presented and the culture in the company. Like if this is a thing, like, well, we're all jokey, and we just hired a few people that are not cool with the inside joke, and as a result they felt uncomfortable, then I no, there's nothing behind that. And again, what's the crime here? Like what did they do that was illegal?
Dick pics, basically. Essentially dick pics and dick jokes. Basically, that's all it probably was. Okay, I hate to say that, right? That's all it was. It was probably somebody who made some off the counter remarks or something. That's like with Wasted with Wise. If Cozy or Cell says, "Oh, they're being like sexist and stuff because of some of the stuff that we say on the podcast," that's sort of disingenuous because that sort of is not how thing was founded, So that's what I'm thinking. I mean, it just doesn't make sense from a perspective of this. Now, you're talking about this social justice stuff. That social justice stuff comes from one company. And I know you guys have heard of them. It's probably the most valuable company in the world, which most people don't even know exists. Y'all know what the company that is?
BlackRock.
And they have ESG score, like it stands for some sort of ESG score, like some sort of social justice score, that when they finance companies and they rate them on that social justice score, the higher the score, the more money they give them, because the more inclusive they're being. Game science probably say, yeah, we're good, we don't need your money. So that being said,
they're backed by Tencent.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, why do they need money, right? They got somebody. They got a big, somebody with big pockets. They don't need BlackRock. So of course, they're probably, something has to do with that. Probably making us think about, oh my God, they're not being inclusive. They're not being this. Again, you say that, we got all these bases everywhere. It still doesn't make the fact right that we start telling people how to live their life. Now, there are certain things that are appropriately said, like, of course, slavery and, apartheid and all that stuff that needs not to be existing in today's society. But off the cuff, like dick jokes or
But
pussy
can we
shots,
not discuss it, though, Ushers? It's to the point that if Ushers... Wise... It's to the point that if Ushers wanted to make a video game based in the apartheid period in South Africa, it would be a bad thing.
Did y'all see that show, The Three Body Problem, on Netflix?
No.
Okay, it's basically the whole story, and the plot is not important per se for this topic, but the beginning of that was the color revolution that was started by Chairman Mao. It was based in that era, if you will. Now, of course, the new China does not like that image of the old China being out there, but that doesn't escape the fact that it happened. It's like, just because you're not acknowledging it doesn't mean it never occurred. In fact, if you need to put it out there and show the world how bad that situation was, would we go further and why we should not be having it anymore, right? Like, okay, you talk about having a game not based in apartheid, but if you do the game and you do base it in an environment where, like, the main character is being disenfranchised because he's in an apartheid state, I think that would go make more inroads into, like, showing people why that whole system was bad to begin with, than trying to say, oh, it never happened, and act like it never existed. Like, say, oh, okay, just, turn a shoulder to it and say, okay, yeah, we don't like talking about this part of our history, and therefore it doesn't acknowledge it. It doesn't make sense, in my opinion. I think that, the more that it's out there, the more people will learn, and especially this generation who pretty much consumes everything via video games. You have to gamify everything. Fuck, I know I teach math. I got to fucking gamify math, of all things. So yeah, I mean, if you show that, like, hey,
but now imagine,
Wise,
imagine Ushers decides he wants to make something original, and is like, let me make a game set in apartheid South Africa, but the protagonist is a straight white male, and I'm going to show how he is also a human, how he's not just a deplorable monster.
Dude,
what do you think people are going to write about that?
Yeah, you can't do that in America. Well, look, if me as a black man, I can get away with it. It's the same reason you can call out this bullshit if you're black. Yes, of course you can. You can.
The dude that made Tales of Kenzera Zao, people went at him for making a black game.
No, I don't like I've had like back and forths with his group and whatever, and like and brought up the whole thing with Sweet Baby. I don't think people went after him making a game black. The main reason why is because Grums put up the fact. No, Grums put up the thing that, oh, by the way, that just before the game dropped, he put up the thing that said, by the way, Sweet Baby consulted on this game. So Kabutro had it on his Sweet Baby alert website.
Brutus.
Yeah, that dude. So that's where that came from. It didn't come because when the game was announced, nobody because again it was announced at a very big stage. It was announced at the Game Awards, and there was no backlash. There was no one saying,
I was psyched for it.
But no, it's a good game. I like it.
Yes,
It
it's a good
is.
game.
It is.
The only time the negative thing started is when Grums put out that tweet saying, "Oh, by the way, Kabutres has listed this game as a game that was or that had Sweet Baby's involvement in it." But yeah, vote for, and then he said some shit about like vote with your wallet, and then that's when the
Which is
backlash came.
bullshit. Which is bullshit.
I don't think so. Why? What did he do? That was
What?
all he did. All he did was say, "Oh, by the way."
Trying to tell
Why is
people
it
not
bullshit?
to play a game that
not
just
like-
because of who is involved. Not even
I don't
talking
see
about
anything wrong with that.
not talking about the content of the game itself. Like for me,
I don't
Tales
see
of
anything wrong with
Xeraza
that.
is proof that we shouldn't buy or not buy a game just because it has Sweet Baby on it.
I think as a
we need to
customer,
treat games as islands. And Tales
I
of
don't think so.
Xeraza,
I don't think
is
so
a
because
very
the
good game.
publishers. My thing is, I don't think so because publishers don't treat it like that. Publishers treat us all like this one big, like freaking marketing study, or like this one big pool of things where everything has to be sanitized for a specific, so that it can appeal.
We can't be reactionary, bro.
Yes, we can. We're paying for this shit. This shit is not free, dude.
No.
Like if you are selling, if this shit was free, then okay, you can say to people they can't be reactionary. But I have to pay for these products. I'm not gonna pay for something. No.
Your own original thoughts. You cannot fall into the trap of becoming a monolith. We are individuals.
We're individuals, but if it comes to predatory practices from organizations, I think then that's when you use your
what predatory practice does Tales of Xeraza have, Oshas? Talk to me. Tell me the specific predatory practice that Tales of Xeraza has.
3 letters.
What?
SBI.
Oh, get the fuck out of here, man. Get out.
Okay, so I don't know what that stands for, but
SBI Sweet Baby Inc.
Oh, Sweet Baby Inc.
It's a swear word. It's a swear word to gamers. When you say Sweet Baby Inc., the most derogatory thing you can say to a gamer,
but let me ask you,
immediately everything. It's like you've just it's not even like swearing my mom, dude. It's like, ugh.
But let me ask you this, okay? And
for that.
I can only speak for my part when I play a good game, and I get and I'm enthralled in the game. The main protagonist who I play as sort of like falls to the wayside to me. Like, for example, the Tomb Raider games, you get involved in the game, you sort of like, you know you're playing a girl, you know you're playing Lara Croft, but it doesn't matter. It's sort of like Lara Croft disappears to a certain extent in the sense that it's just a character, it's just an avatar. Same thing with God of War. When I played that, it was like, okay, so yeah, I'm playing as this, rebellious Spartan general. But like 4 hours into the game, that fact that I'm playing as a Spartan general who killed his first wife and child, it does not resonate. It does not. It doesn't compute to me. It doesn't factor into the whole what I'm playing. Now. So it's like, yeah, I mean, like, okay, so I'm playing as a black man or a white woman or an Asian man or a god monkey or a raccoon. It fucking doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the game is good.
I want to, the only thing I have, like, or the only, like, thing I'll add to what you just said, Wise, is the fact that I don't mind any of those things, whether it's a god, a raccoon, or a woman. My only thing is then at least make them attractive. That's my only thing. Make me play a good-looking raccoon, okay? Like don't make me play a freaking butt ugly raccoon. Like that's where I have a problem. Is like why? Like why
butts
is it
not ugly though?
Huh?
Now some butts are. I hate to say that.
Not all butts are created equally, but
no, that Fable girl, her butt was not that good looking.
That's not very inclusive of you, Oshas. That's not very inclusive.
And
of
I
you
don't
guys.
need to be.
Seriously.
Why do I need to be like, no, dude, like this thing it's nonsense. Like now
No,
we
but
need
it's
to
right. He's got a point. You got to look at that butt for 40 fucking hours. You want
My
it to be a
man.
nice ass butt,
Bro.
you know? Right.
And then what they're saying is that like, no, you should be. And I hate this because it comes from the same people that will, because their main argument, the moment you bring that up, they're like, I like to play attractive characters. The first thing they'll say to you is that go touch grass. Oh, you don't know what, have you ever seen a real woman? Blah, blah, blah. These are the same people that their main thing is in game. They want to romance bays. These are the same people. These are the same people with furries and their freaking profiles, but they were the ones they want to tell you because you want to see attractive human beings in games that no, you need to go touch grass because they want to fuck bays. They
Like,
cool
come
with
on
that
now.
shit. That's the shit that they're into. And I'm like, you know what? No, like I'm not abnormal for having normal preferences.
Well, nobody
All
here
right,
is
all
an
right.
attractive
We need to
person,
welcome our
right?
guest.
Sorry,
We have an extra guest that just popped in. Welcome in, Taye. How are you doing,
Hey,
Taye?
what's up? How you guys doing?
That is a nice mic, man. What mic are you
That's
using?
a freaking good
It really
mic.
is.
Blue
Yeah.
Blue Yeti. I don't
Oh,
know. It
wow.
sounds like it's a very standard microphone, but
No, you're doing some post processing. I had a Blue Yeti, man. It never sounded like that, dude. I'm sorry to say, I don't know what fucking post processing. I don't know if you got it put into a roadcaster or something, but that's a nice voice.
You know what the post
thank you very
processing
much.
is?
What?
You know what the post processing is?
What?
The man has a beautiful voice.
Thank you.
That's the post processing.
He
Thanks,
reminds
man.
me a lot of
Why
Praxis,
are we dancing around it? What's going on here?
And then you are hating on me for the question that was posed, and I said, you know what? I'm chilled. I said I was chilled. And then you are now.
He's not
voice.
Loke is not sexist. He's voicist. Okay, he's voicist. Okay.
Oh, buzz off. All right. So Taye, you and Wise Old Gamer weren't here when Remake Station asked the question, right? So here's the question. He asked if you met the most beautiful woman that you've ever seen, like 10 in everything, right? In terms of like physique. So if you like short girls, she's as short as possible. If you like tall girls, she's as tall as possible. You like a fat ass, she has a fat one. You like a saggy one, she has a saggy one. You want a perky one, whatever. The 10 out of 10s of all the 10s out of 10s, right? I'll go to Taye first and then Wise. Taye, let's say you miraculously convince this woman to go home with you and she's all over you and y'all get to taking clothes off and then you find out she has a wiener. What's your next move? Okay, I'll give you my response and Aush's response. So just so you guys get a bit comfortable, I said I respectfully decline and say no, thank you. But can I pay for your cab or whatever? Have a good life, right? That's what I would do. Osher said he'd be down. That's what he said.
That's fair. I think that's
what about you,
perfectly fine.
What about you?
For me, I think I'm leaning towards your your answer.
That's not what I said, Lou.
I don't know about paying for the cab though. I don't know about that part. But
come on, be nice.
I mean, be nice. I think when you're interacting with certain people, I think there's certain things that probably needs to be said before it gets that deep. I think that's probably something that it's very important, because if you're about to have a sexual interaction with somebody, then sexually you need to know what you're gonna be doing sexually, right?
Yeah.
And I think if you're gonna omit information like that out, well, I think that's a bit foul. You shouldn't be. Nobody wants to be in a situation where it's like, okay, well, now you got to go home, or I got to go home. So you got to be upfront. And even if you're a man too as well, and there are some issues that you may have, or there might be something that you think that this person might not like or want, then I think you need to disclose that before you get into a situation where we're both in a situation where we're both uncomfortable. And I don't think you gotta pay someone's cab for that. I think if you disclose something to me and I say it's cool, and then I'm like, yo, listen, I changed my mind, then I'll probably pay for your cab. But like, at that point, it's just like, nah, like, you can find your way home. That's it.
Oh my God. Matt is
there's
ducking.
nothing
because it's not a 10 out
controversial
of 10
in that
anymore.
answer at all.
All right. Wise, what's your next move in that situation?
Okay, first of all, I want to say this, okay?
Well,
Every man, I don't care how heterosexual they are, is to a certain extent kind of bi or kind of gay. And I can prove that right now to everyone on this panel. I can prove it right now. And it'll take me no more than 2 minutes, okay? When you watch porn,
oh my
do you
God,
want to
you're
see
about
the
to bring it
woman
up
being
again.
penetrated by a flaccid, limp, small little thing? Or do you want that big ass, veiny, throbbing motherfucker going? What do you want to see? Okay? That's what I want to say. Anyone saying otherwise is a fucking liar, okay? Nobody wants to see no flaccid shit, okay? I'm sorry to say.
Everyone's cam is off now. Look what you did.
No.
Yeah.
I would say no, because I think when you're talking about a sexual interaction, you want to see a good sexual interaction. Doesn't matter if it's man or
Matt
woman.
had to hop in. He was like, "Yo, I can't miss this episode."
Hey, Matt, how you
Welcome
doing?
in, Matt.
I'm doing all right.
Sorry.
I just happened to hear, because I was editing a video. I came back and heard you guys talking about this. A 10 out of 10, you gotta dock a few points if you go home and she has a wiener.
Okay, no, you have to establish something. Okay, you've not really specified the parameters here. Is it an authentic wiener? Do you get balls and nuts, or do you just get a really
thing,
enlarged clit? That's what it is.
Package.
Like
full package, everything. Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
But there's
So-
no
probably bigger
there's
than
no fucking points
also.
because
It's
at the end
probably
of the
bigger
day,
than yours also.
it's a no-go, right?
So,
For some people,
Yeah,
right?
I'm like, is this a penis between us? You know, so yeah.
Well, that's like if you meet a girl who's comfortable enough to do that, then for sure she's bigger than you.
Yeah.
For sure. So that's a given. That's a given at that point. But I'm saying, my reaction in that situation is, I've never seen that.
Yeah, but then
bull fucking shit.
Are you ready?
Bull fucking shit.
Are you ready to continue to engage in coitus, or
listen? For the sake of the conversation, I don't want to see it, but let's go.
No,
Let's go.
fucking lie. Everyone here is fucking
hold
cap.
on.
Everyone here
When
is
you say
fucking
let's go, what do
capping.
you mean? Let's go.
No,
Wait,
I mean,
Mike,
let's do
hold
it. Let's do it. Sure, why not?
Fuck that. Everyone here is fucking capping.
If she's a 10 out of 10,
bull fucking shit. I mean,
she
dude,
looks like freaking
no
J-Lo,
fucking
right?
way.
When she was 24.
I don't give a fuck if she is a goddamn what's her name, Jessica fucking Alba. Okay, I don't give a damn. Okay, if there is if the drawers come out and you see Lanky and his two friends, you are going ape fucking shit right then and there. Especially if you pay dinner for that woman or whatever that thing is. If you even pay fucking let that thing eat a fucking lobster. Your ass is going to be red as.
I muted him, man. I would
have to agree.
That was wild. That was.
I'd have to agree.
Why?
Just
Take a
because,
breath. Take a breath, brother.
I don't know who it was, but before I hopped on here, somebody was saying that's something. I think it was Taye. That's something you probably should disclose before you get to that point.
Yeah.
And in reality, I would agree with that. That's something. If you don't disclose that to me before we get to that point, then like for the sake of the conversation, I'll say yeah, let's do it. But like when we get to that point for real.
Wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
That's just for the joke. That's just for the joke.
You've really her, you've dined her. Now it's time to 69er, and you're not going to do it.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to do it. Again, that's just a joke.
All right. But
in reality, in that situation, you probably feel some type of way. Like, how do you not bring this up before you get to that point? For real. That's all I'm saying.
Why did we have to go to 69? Why? Now I have to think about this. Jeez.
Why are you dying there? So what's next?
Think
you got a
about it.
69er, you know?
Moving on. Moving on. Joe Cool Xbox said, yes, Bethesda, that's how it's done. We wanted 18 seconds more animation for each planet visited. Laughing emojis.
All right. But I wanted to, I got to edit this video. I got to hop out. But I wanted to hop in on that just to make the joke.
Matt is Mishi says you're questionable, bro.
Hey,
Mishi
I mean,
says you're questionable.
Hey, God bless.
I'm also questionable, but like,
but before
I don't even think it's that complicated.
But
yeah.
Hold on.
You can
Everyone
find me.
Everyone would say the same thing. Get the fuck out. You know, that would be nice if you were.
That's the realistic.
No, I don't know.
I think that's realistic reaction to that.
If it's a 10, no, I don't think so. I wouldn't say no.
Well, I'd have to agree. I'd have to disagree with Aussius.
Guys,
me personally, yeah.
Matt,
I'd have to agree with Wise on this. In that situation, I'd probably have to back out. But as for where you can find me, Matt Likes Games on YouTube. Videos every Monday and Friday. Working on editing one right now for tomorrow. Wednesdays, the 2-player podcast, myself and Ham Solo, 4 p.m. Eastern, and then here on TSWS Gaming for Bullsitting, 4 p.m. Eastern every Friday. That's where you can find me. I'm gonna get up out of here. Appreciate you for letting me stop in.
All right, see you, man.
Thank you for coming through, man. Later. Oh my God, Wise, what is wrong with you, man? What is wrong?
Well, I'm being genuine. Okay, everyone here saying otherwise. I'm being.
Stop it! Now, I will mute you again. Yes. I will mute you. You got your point across. All right.
All right. Let's talk about this 18 seconds of Starfield.
Let's do that. Let's please do that. So Joe Cool said this, and essentially this is Star Wars Outlaws. This is how the transition works for the like when you're landing on a planet, and essentially the video shows how stupid the company is from a lot of people, or the idea from a lot of people, myself included, because I'm one of the people that actually thought this, but someone actually timed it. So this is the time it takes for the transitions, right? So as you can see here,
so we best be on our way.
You pick the planet, you click land, you get your loading screen. This one's still trying to land. Here we have the animation from Starfield landing. This one's still breaking atmosphere. Okay, so Starfield is already landed, and
welcome
this one,
to legendary Mos Eisley.
This is Star Wars.
Time of scum and villainy.
Still going.
We could head straight to our destination.
Still going. So we're talking 18 seconds extra. Wise, as an elderly statesman who can't be wasting every other second, how do you feel about this comparison?
What are you trying to say? I got one foot in the grave? I'm just kidding.
All I'm saying is that those 18 seconds are going to add up when you're playing Outlaws. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Could you play the video again, please?
Could you play the video again? Yeah. Well, I'm going to talk about this again. I didn't have any problems with the way Starfield did it. I think it worked for what Starfield was trying to achieve versus Star Wars Outlaws. They're fundamentally, you get to fly in a spaceship between planets. And that's really all both of these two games really have in common. Starfield is a totally different beast of a totally different nature, whereas Star Wars Outlaws, again, I've not played it, so I don't know 100%. It seems like a more curated experience, like whereas Starfield was more like procedurally generated stuff, this stuff, being loaded in and blah, 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 blah. Whereas Outlaws is more from what the developer described it, like each planet has been like handcrafted. There's no procedural generation, anything. So I'm assuming that with this, why they did that was to not break immersion. Like a lot of people were complaining when Starfield came out about the load screen and blah, 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 blah. They're trying to show that immersion, keep that immersion going. That's why they're showing you descending and landing and everything. But I think that it may be a manifestation of the engine. It's I don't remember. I guess it's the same Assassin's Creed engine, so maybe it is not as quick to load assets and stuff like that. I don't think it's a big deal. But yeah, I did not make a big deal out of even Starfield when people were complaining about it. So, I mean, it just two different games. You're comparing apples to oranges here. I mean, apart from them both being fruit, that's really the only thing, I think. So, yeah, I don't have anything to say to that. But then again, I never got up in arms like some people did about the Starfield landing sequences.
I still am up in arms. I hate the loading screens. I freaking hate them. Ty, thoughts?
Yeah, I don't think this is a good representation of what this game could potentially be. I'm very skeptical
Talking
of
about
it.
Outlaws.
Yeah, Outlaws, because I've seen, for example, you're in a battle station in Outlaws, and as soon as you hit that button to go, like, you're already there in space already. Now this is landing on a planet, and we just don't know how fast this is. This is this specific planet. Could it be maybe another planet is faster? And also, we don't know if this is fast traveling, right? Like, when you fast travel, is it faster? Because when you fast travel in Starfield, it takes a bit of time. So this could be faster. I think this is more just trying to make Starfield look good and trying to make this game look bad. And I don't see it. I think we need more information to come to the conclusion that this game is worse. Now, if we're just if we're gonna focus on this and say, hey, listen, this is what it is, then yeah, I think you have a good point. It is, Bethesda is right. People don't want loading screens. What I will say is, there are people who don't mind a loading screen like this, right? So my issue with Starfield isn't even the length of the loading screen. It's the fact that, like, and if you want to go back a little bit, it's why did you show me that picture of some random, planet there? Why can't you transition like this? If Starfield does this transition, like, okay, we're gonna go into this kind of cutscene where the planet's going through, there's no fade to black, there's no camera cuts, then that's perfect. So it to me, that was the issue with Starfield, not the length of the loading
extra
screen.
18 seconds.
I mean, like, yeah, if it's 80 seconds, like, I think it's bad. Ubisoft needs to probably cut that down a little bit. But the problem is, if you're playing this game and it's 18 seconds, you're not really going to cry too much about it, because if you're playing Red Dead Redemption and you're on your horse and you're going somewhere, you're not thinking, well, this is taking me 50 seconds. You don't really care about that, right? When you're playing GTA and you're driving somewhere, you don't really care about these things, because it's the environment that makes you care. If it's realistic and believable, you're not gonna care too much. The problem with Starfield is it takes me to a cutscene of a plan, a pictures cutscene. That's the problem number one. And then the ship is then kind of going in. It's like, why is it so disjointed? This is seamless. And if it's seamless, you can get away with 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, 50 seconds, and all that stuff. Like, this looks good. This looks good for what Star Wars is doing. So this is not a knock on Ubisoft. I don't know why people are trying to make this seem like it's a problem. Like, I mean, I'm like, yeah, it's funny, it's cool, but when you're actually playing the game, are you gonna be crying like this? I don't think so. I think
are you keeping track? And that goes back to the initial conversation I had with Wise right at the beginning of the podcast. When you're immersed in a game and you're actually enjoying it, you don't notice stuff like this. It's just parts of the game.
They're trying to achieve different
goals.
Not
having fun.
No. But like, if you look at the Star Wars sequence, right? That ship, I don't think really will change much. Whereas the Starfield ship, this is the ship that they're showing here, but that doesn't mean that's going to be my ship in Starfield. My ship can be totally different. So I think that the difference is that they're basically streaming in the same ship in and out, so they can, like, sort of basically, hand draw that experience or hand animate that experience, because it's the same ship. Whereas with Starfield, the ship is up to the user or the player as to how it's going to look. So they're going to have to animate every iteration of that ship. So they had to do with their engine what's the best they could do. And Ubisoft had to do with their engine what the best they could do. It's also the limitations of the engine, right? You got the Assassin's Creed engine versus the Creation engine from Starfield. So again, not if you're sitting here and complaining about these, like, little quibbles, I really sincerely believe that the game that you're complaining about is not enthralled you enough. Yeah, you're not having fun.
Yeah.
Like I'll say this as well, because it's such a weird thing. Because one of my issues with with Starfield was, you know, when you actually get into your ship. Like if you watch the Star Wars trailer, she walks right in and she's running. There's no cutscene. There's no like fade to black, you know, now you're in your ship. She just running through. And when she sits on her ship, this is the part I think is really important. When she hits that button to sit on her ship, she just sits. If you played Starfield, the vanilla version before the patches, when you hit that button to sit on your ship, you get into another cutscene where your character is looking blank, just standing still. Then he walks slowly and then sits down. Like, to me, this is not the problem that I have with Starfield when it comes to these issues is these things could have been fixed or patched if the game was a little bit delayed. And we know that because months later, that scene that I just talked about, it's a lot faster. Like you press that button, he just sits down. So all these loading screens and all these issues, I mean, we already noticed the game went from 30 frames to 60 frames. Is because they optimized it better. So I think Star Wars is coming out better because it seems optimized. It seems like they actually executed exactly what they wanted to do. I think Bethesda were just kind of running short on time. I'm watching a scene right here where, like, you know, she's on the ship, she presses a button and it's taken off, and it's quite fast. Like she goes, like, it transitions really fast, well enough, and it seems believable. It seems like you actually taken off. Whereas with Starfield, it's like, you know, the camera pulls back, you know, the engines go up, then you see the ship go whoosh, and then that's it. And then it's a black screen again. And it's like, why you keep taking me out the game?
And I just realized something. That's the issue with the load screens is not just that they're there, Ty. It's the amount of load screens. There's a couple of load screens that are very short as well. But because they're there, it brings you out of it. Like the one that you just brought up of when you get to your ship and you want to get into your ship, there's a load screen to get into your ship. That sucks.
But your ship is not the same. Like, look, your ship that you're entering in Starfield is fundamentally going to be different than my ship, which is going to be different than everybody else's ship. Whereas with Star Wars, we are all walking into that same ship. So if you're doing the same thing without any variation, then you can handcraft that content perfectly. Whereas if you have to account for all the variabilities, then I'm not trying to make excuses. Again, it goes back to the fundamental point that we were talking about earlier. If you're having fun, none of these things matter. But
sorry, Wise. This is a discussion I had with Ham when Starfield was still fresh and we were all playing it and bitching about it. For me, I guess my problem is not that there aren't any loads, that there are load screens. My problem is with the amount of load screens. Like, for example, give me a 20-second load screen loading into the planet, and then don't put any more load screens between me and whatever else I have to do on that little square, because we now know that in Starfield you don't have the whole planet, you have that little square, and that's your sandbox for that specific planet. My issue is you land your ship, you get out of your ship, you load into the planet or the environment, and then you have to load into several of these rooms that are scattered around on the planet.
But that's because the engine doesn't know what you wanted to do.
Again, I would be okay with a much longer load screen entering the planet, but when I'm there, I'm there. I don't have to load anything else. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And again, can you even achieve that with the creation engine?
Don't piecemeal the load screens. If your engine cannot do it, something's wrong with your engine, like everyone has been saying since Fallout 3.
Well, that's a creation engine discussion, right? Yeah.
I think Wise makes a good point where he says, every ship is different, so they have to take that into consideration. My only pushback to that then would be, when you're making a game, you know exactly what you want to do, and you know exactly what you can do, and you know certain things might take more time. You might need to delay the game, etc., etc., etc. When I look at Star Wars Outlaws, and I'm just looking at it without playing the game, it seems like the team understood its parameters, what they can and can't do. They've taken experiences from what they've done with Far Cry, The Division, and all these other Ubisoft games, and they've said, this is what we're going to make. let's not exceed our capabilities. And I think what I see with Starfield is, especially with these loading screens, is that they not overachieve. It was too ambitious then.
Over engineered it all. Yeah.
Yeah. And I believe 100% that if Bethesda like delays this game and they decide, you know what, let's actually get rid of the loading screens, or let's make it like really, really short, they can. It's just the game isn't that optimized that much. And again, I think we know this because we got 60 frames per second a year later.
Mm-hmm.
Like that just tells you everything you need to know. Like, why is it that like in that scene when like I said, I'm about to sit down on my chair, why is that a cutscene? Why is the guy standing there walking slowly to it? It's because the game is loading it. But then the patch comes and now it happens in like a second and a half, which means that they've optimized the game. So I think even for these I think at some point you're gonna get a Starfield game where it might be maybe a mod, it might be a patch from Bethesda, but when you go into your ship, maybe what happens instead is you get a teleprompt from like one of your guys in your ship saying, "Oh, like commander, is that you? Yeah, get in the door for you." Like, do stuff like that, clever tricks. When you see those loading screens when you're going through like little small caves in like Uncharted and Star Wars, those are loading screens. But because they keep you in the game, you don't feel it. Now imagine instead of like your character kind of crawling through some like little hole or whatever, they just cut to black. Takes you out of the game. Well, so I think Bethesda just went clever with their loading screens. That's pretty much it.
No, but then that comes up to, okay, what do you like? Do you like chocolate sauce, or do you want butterscotch on your sundae? Right? Like, do you want a load screen that shows you every step of the way and takes you longer because it keeps you in game or in engine, or do you want a quicker transition but you have to fade to black?
But
that's a toss-up, right? That's like Loke might like it one way and I might like it another way. That's a total subjective opinion. If it means like, if I can get a faster into my game and that means I have to do a load screen that's fade to black, I wouldn't mind it as much, especially if I like the game. Now, here's the problem that I have with Starfield. I don't like Starfield. I'm going to go ahead and put it out there. I love Bethesda games. I love Elder Scrolls. I love Fallout. Starfield never grabbed me. But yeah. I mean, but if it was something to the effect of, okay, can I sit there do I want to sit there for 30 seconds in engine and see the transition from planet to planet surface, or do I want to spend 5 seconds in it and it goes fade to black? Well, if I'm into the game, I'd rather have that 5 second fade to black. So
I'll say one thing that we might be forgetting. We don't know what the fast traveling system like is in Star Wars Outlaws, right? Because if I'm in Starfield, I could hit the map button, I could go to the world map, I could press a button, and I could fast travel to a different location like that. I'll be in my ship, whatever it is. Like there's no cutscene of me doing this, so we don't know what Star Wars Outlaws have. Am I on the planet Vesa, and then I hit the open world map or whatever it is, and I teleport to a different planet? Like how fast is that screen? I think that's important, because if you're saying like, hey, I don't like these loading screens, well then just fast travel everywhere and you're good to go.
My point is, like, when like this whole thing about loading screens, so why are we even having the conversation about loading screens when we're in a generation of technology where there are games with
they lied
they did lie, and that's exactly, and I mentioned this a while back when, like, on TSWS, that what Todd Howard is good at is over promising and under delivering, and they over promised.
Hold on, Oshus, it wasn't Todd Howard that lied.
Well, no, I'm not talking about. Well, everybody
lied.
Yes.
There's a reason why they had to remove those signs on their box. Everyone lied.
That's the 8K thing. Yes. So my thing is that if they had not made these promises when they were doing that reveal, it was like the first actual gameplay reveal trailer. Everybody was blown away because they made all that stuff look like it was seamless, like it was happening in real time. When you're sitting there and you are navigating the ship and it's pulling up, that you are actually doing that. So people were expecting a Star Citizen level of immersion where you can actually take off with your ship from the atmosphere and you doing all that, you're doing all the navigation there, and that's part of the game. And that was not the case. Yeah. No, I'm talking specifically about Star Citizens, because you can do that on Star Citizen. You can literally land on actual planets, but that's not a game that's even close to being finished. So like that's what a lot of people expected, because that's the expectation that Bethesda set. If Bethesda had made it clear that, listen, this game plays exactly like Skyrim when you move from one biome to another, you're gonna get an item of ours or an icon or a planet, as a screensaver as you move in between areas, then people would have not had that expectation. But I really think they really overshot what they were trying to sell with that trailer. And they all made it seem so romantic, and in terms of like, yeah, then you get to go anywhere, and then people went and they took that whole thing apart.
I actually don't really think so. I know what you mean, and I've heard this talking point a lot, but there's nothing in that trailer that I saw that's not in the game. I think like when you go to the galaxy map, they show in the trailer. When you click on a planet, they show that in the trailer as well. They even show you the cutscene of how it looks like when you're going to a specific spot. I think people had a different idea in their minds, because whenever I ask people like, okay, fine, like what did they show in the trailer that's not in the game? There's no answer.
Yeah,
but
like,
they're really consistent
exactly,
on that front.
Exactly. I can show you something, but I cannot explain it to you. If I don't tell you, and this is the same thing with this Dragon Age trailer. I can tell you, I can show you and say, okay, cool, this is all in the game. But if I don't give you the context as to how it works in the game, it changes the perception, especially if I'm selling it to you as, look, you can go from planet to planet, and I'm showing you a character moving into almost like a Star Trek type, a Star Wars type of key, what you call it, setting, like that whole little what you call it, cockpit setting, and they're doing that stuff. I'm thinking I'm gonna be doing that stuff. I'm not thinking that that's a cutscene that I'm gonna have to watch every time. I'm thinking I'm interacting with the actual environment, because that's what you're selling it as, and you're selling it as an immersive experience. They didn't say to you like, well, there's loading screens. Like, then detail that. If it's just going to be loading screens and I'm not participating, then tell me that that's what it is. And I really feel they were not transparent.
No, I get that. But I will say, like, I wouldn't expect them to show loading screens like in any trailer, right? You don't show the game's worst parts. You show the best parts. To be specific, to be precise about like what Todd was saying, even when they landed on the planet, he says, "Hey, listen, you choose a location and you explore that location." Like, that's him literally saying like, yeah, you can't just land somewhere and go everywhere. He's like, you choose a location and you're involved in that location. You explore everything around that location. Now, if you want to interpret that as, well, I think you mean you can go around the planet. Well, no, but let's look at what he specifically said. He didn't say that.
I agree. I agree with that. But like, then my thing is that like, then it starts to be like, you're really you being pretty much a snake oil salesman. You sort of like, why can't you just present the product as is, as I'm going to experience it?
Because I want to sell more.
If your game is good, if your game is what you say it is, and this is one thing that Sony has been very good at in the past with their AAA games, their game is what they say it is. What they show you at the E3 is what you're going to be playing in Last of Us 2. It's what you're going to be playing in God of War. They don't do this thing that Microsoft does a lot, which they've done even with Forza Motorsport, where they show you things that are in the game, but when you go back and you look at like, oh, wait a minute, like it looks like there's been a little bit of a graphical fidelity dial down here. It's exactly the same spot that they showed, but certain things or certain elements are no longer the same. And Microsoft is guilty of this, and they did this with like all the games that were released last year. They did this. So is it last year? Yeah, it is last year with Redfall and all. They did this with all those games, including Starfield. And I don't think that, to me, that I have a problem with that. I have a problem with them doing that. I think it's a very, very dishonest way of selling a game. And Ubisoft, mind you, used to do this. They did this with when they were about to release the hacker game.
Oshas, you're defending Sony. Raichi's asking for his water paddle. Where is it? Where is it?
I think you made some good points.
Father's Day, brother.
I think you made some good points in relation to. You're right. Sony's very different in the way they advertise their games. I think that's a level of quality that Sony just gives off, and everybody's a little bit below par. But I will say, I agree with Locke when he says, "You're trying to sell more copies." That's pretty much it.
Yeah, and
but can you not do that honestly though?
No, I love Starfield.
But you can. I mean, like, sorry, Log, to interrupt you. Like, look at Elden Ring. Elden Ring did not oversell anything, and it sold mad copies. Like, you can make examples. Like,
they could have just showed us the title card and said Dark Souls in the open world. That's all they had to do. Come on,
and that's all I want. Just be honest with your marketing.
Don't bring up the absolute creme de la motherfucking creme when we're talking about video games and use that as like the standard. That's not how it works. All right.
What about Baldur's Gate?
Even bringing up Baldur's Gate is a cheap shot. That's one of the best games of all.
What about like the last Nintendo game that was released, where they make no effort in trying to mask what the game is? It's the most simplistic graphics, the most simplistic gameplay, but everybody loves it. But it still sells. So, like, my thing is, you don't have to do all this stuff that, like, Microsoft is very guilty of, Activision is very guilty of, Ubisoft is very guilty of always trying to present. And this is why I hate these CG trailers. They always hide with this in-game cinematic. Like, why are we doing that?
I'm glad I didn't invite you. I'm glad I didn't invite you right after the Xbox showcase. You would have found a way to tell us that it was a shit show. You would have found a way. Jeez.
I got a question. I just got a quick question for you on that. Do you think that the reason why Microsoft might do that is because they understand that, listen, when Sony gives a trailer off, and when all these other companies give trailers off, there's a lot of grace involved. People are just cool with it. They're happy with it. If we give a trailer off and there's some issues, even minor issues, because everybody seems to hate us, the whole Xbox tax, that they're just gonna attack our game. They're gonna talk crap about it. So how about we just hide these inconsistencies? Do you think that makes sense?
But like, why don't you just be honest and show the product and represent? I get what you're saying. Like
of the grace, the lack of grace.
Yes. So my thing is this: like, I get what he's saying about like for instance, because what you're referring to here
that's a great point. That's a great point, Taye, because now that I think about it, when Starfield was announced and when I saw the trailers and whatever, I was like, oh, this is No Man's Sky, but way better. That's what I thought. I thought I'd be able to land on all these 1,000 planets wherever I wanted.
Okay, well,
and drive around and walk around and fly around.
Let me ask you guys all a question here. Do you think that when it comes to gaming, the average gamer, would you say they would be more intelligent than, say, somebody who consumes another type of media, like somebody who's a movie buff, or somebody who is only into, say, books or comics or something? Do you think somebody who is a gamer has a little bit more, you would say, common sense or intelligence than those people consuming that type of media?
No,
absolutely. No. I think so. I think
so.
So I think games are much more like, I think core gamers. I'm not talking about like the 50% that's always quoted. That
the core gamers are like 5%, dude. We are the 5%.
No, they're not 5%. They're not 5%.
Oh,
okay. Well, if say, look. Okay, wait. Okay, wait. That's what the if you say 5 again, like, you have to put these numbers into context. If you're saying 5%, understand that you're saying 5%. That 5% is all console gamers. Then that's basically what you're saying. Okay, and that's the people I'm referring to.
Okay,
yes.
So let's
I'm saying console gamers or PC gamers, especially PC gamers, given the effort that you have to put in to be a PC gamer.
Yeah,
those are very informed customers. In fact, it's one of the most informed customer base of any medium of entertainment
PC,
or
not
product.
Console.
Even console.
PC,
I'll say console. Yes, absolutely. I would say.
Let's just take this subpopulation. Let's just play devil's advocate here, and let's just take your subpopulation of whoever you want to say is your intelligent group, whoever that is, PC, console, mixture of the two, whatever. That being said, the holy grail of all games would be a game where you create your character and you're on this planet and you can go anywhere in the fucking planet. Everything is customized. There's NPC interactions. You can walk around the entire planet. It might take you 108 days or whatever, but you can walk around the entire planet. You can go to every city. There's quests, there's sub-quests, there's sub-quests. Then you can get into a ship, fly out into the solar system, land seamlessly without any transitions into another planet and do the same exact thing. And then if you want to, you can leave that freaking solar system, go to another solar system, and if you want, maybe even to another galaxy. That would be like your holy grail of games. That's a game that incorporates every game that has ever came out, right, into one. And it's seamless and everything.
It's real as Raichi.
That game does not exist because we don't have the compute power. Look at freaking Flight Simulator. Flight Simulator, all you're doing is taking off and landing essentially. I mean, I know I'm boiling it down to the essentials, but taking off and landing on airports. They were not able to just get the airports that are on this planet into that game without doing something hellacious. How are you going to have... The problem, I think, with Starfield is that the ambition is big, but the people who were coming into it thinking that all of this is just going to happen seamlessly and everything, were just deluding themselves. There's no compute. You don't have the computing power yet to do all of those types of games. So when I saw what Todd Howard was promising, I was like looking at it and saying, okay, yeah, I know this is what you're saying that I can do, but I know what your limitations are when it comes to the hardware. So if this is what you're going to do, this is what I'm going to get. And this is what I do for any of my games, okay? First of all, loading screens don't bother me. I come from the PlayStation 1 era where loading screens were like, it was just a black screen. You didn't even know if the game was working until, you saw something.
But they told us this new generation would have no loading screens.
They told us this generation we would get 4K and 60. They told us this generation we're going to get 4K and 60. Do we get 4K and 60? No. We get 4K or 60. So
why is...
Yes.
Are you calling Chris Roberts a liar?
I'm not calling Chris...
All right, we're moving on. We're moving on. No,
I mean, like he says,
I will mute you. I will mute you. All right, here we go. Moving on. Let's step away from gaming for a few minutes because clearly getting a bit heated here with Starfield talk.
Especially the chat. Some people got really upset.
What? Oh yeah. Some people, dude. That's why I was putting up the comments. People very sensitive about these plastic boxes. At 300 Mirrors said, wow, 8 minutes into the Acolyte episode 3 and I'm already done. I don't even think this is the controversial part. This isn't Star Wars anymore. I hate it here. Warnings, spoilers ahead. So before I get into the spoilers, anyone here watching the Acolytes or aware of the Acolytes?
Isn't that a show on Disney Plus about something with the Star Wars going on?
I haven't started it yet. But I might give it a shot maybe later this evening.
I watched the first episode and then I just couldn't get through it. Like it's like so bad. Like Star Wars writing these days, it's real cringeworthy. It's like they choose like people that write like fan fiction to write scripts. It's so pathetic. Like it's really,
sometimes
really
fan
bad.
Fiction is good.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Like, and all this stuff is really, really like it's really bad. I've seen
technically everything is fan fiction, dude. Technically everything is fan fiction.
Well, it doesn't need like if you spend 180 million,
is fan fiction. Technically, the MCU is fan fiction.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna spend 180 million on your fan fiction, it better be freaking the mother of all fan fiction. Like this stuff is like internet, like YouTube level, self-produced.
Let's get into this.
Ever since I saw She-Hulk twerking with Megan Thee Stallion on Disney Plus, I do not watch any more shows on Disney Plus.
That was really something. That was something.
Good.
All right, let's get into the spoilers. So first, it says this woman cult.
Yeah, that's not necessary.
I think they misspelled this woman cult. They misspelled it. This woman cult doesn't call it the Force because white old men made that up, guys. Get it right. It's the thread. And because, it's called the thread. And because they're diverse women of color, they're going to be so much more powerful. Just wait. Oh my gosh. Damn. All right. So the spoilers. This person is salty about the show. The Force is now the thread, and
they're retconning the Force now. Jesus Christ!
Oh wait, sorry. Just a quick one. Isn't that a little bit different though? Because from what I remember, I'm probably wrong on this, but the Jedi's call it the Force, and in Star Wars Survivor, you had those witches who called it something else, and now you have this group of people who are different who call it something else.
Yeah, it's another group of witches.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then what's this person? If I'm correct in my assessment, then what are you crying about?
No, you're absolutely right, Tay. Like all your criticism, like what you just laid out, is correct.
That is a good point.
But the issue, like what most Star Wars fans have, is the fact that that's all Dave Filoni's stuff. It's not George Lucas's Star Wars, basically.
Yeah.
So it's all stuff that he sort of like. Even those witches, I forgot what they called. The one with the red, the Force witches. Like that's from Dave Filoni's animated series and other stuff that he's done.
It's actually from the extended universe, those witches. Because
yes, they are in the extended
Maul
universe.
comes from that same planet those witches do they not?
But like he expanded in a lot of that stuff, a lot of that lore. But like the difference is, even when Dave Filoni did it, it made sense within the universe, and thematically it sort of fit in. So I think a lot of people are just thematically, the show is just it's not for a Star Wars audience. It's written like a young adult novel. It's even like you just have to watch it to see that.
All right,
if
hold
I
on,
was,
Osher.
yeah,
hold on. You said that this is from the extended universe. Wise also said that.
yes.
Was it also called the Thread in the extended universe
they
before
called it
Disney
something
bought it?
I don't
Before
remember
Disney
what it
bought
was
it,
called.
was
No,
it
they
also
called
called
something
Thread?
else. Like in Star Wars, a lot of people call the Force a different thing. It's not this is not the first time this has been done here.
Oh, it's not universal.
No, it's not universal.
I think what see with
oh,
go ahead, man.
So attacking the points here. This first part is bullshit.
Which
All
one?
right, so we cancel this. Let's move on. Because they're diverse, and because they're diverse women of color, they're going to be so much more powerful. This also sounds like bullshit because there's no rule or law that says that only the Jedi can be powerful. Yes?
I think the legend goes like isn't it like midichlorian count or something? Didn't they retcon
that's
that
not
stuff?
even in the original Star Wars. It's something what George Lucas came up with when he did the prequels.
Yeah,
that's when he came up with the midichlorians. So like technically, there's nothing wrong with anything that they did in that show. It's just, in my opinion, it's just
all right. Hold on. Let's attack this point for point.
Yeah, but these points are like trivial. Like,
next one.
Yeah, like these are very trivial.
Wasted about 8 minutes showing us how one twin is evil and one is good, and then getting their hair done and getting told you're perfect the way you are by mom number 2. Now we're at don't stupid ass ceremony.
Dumb stupid ass, probably dumb stupid.
Yeah.
This person has problems spelling.
No, Waman was that was deliberate.
That's on purpose.
This person has problem spelling. No, first they misspell women, right? And then they sell.
That
wasn't a misspelling.
What? This is on purpose.
Yes. They did it twice in exact the same way, dude. Come on.
I don't think Logan is in on the
joke. Clearly. Anyway, so wasted about 8 minutes showing us how one twin is evil, one is good. I don't know. Isn't this like what happens with character development?
No, it's poorly written. It's all poorly written. It's like written by like if I went and then just threw a stone and then asked somebody on the street to write me Star Wars, what do you think Star Wars is? Here, go write it, and then great, I'm gonna go make a freaking series. That's what it feels like. This doesn't feel like something that's done by someone that understands Star Wars lore and someone that can actually write and then take what's written, give it to a director that can direct. It just feels like it's amateurish. It literally feels like there was no budget for this. And they say that each episode cost 22 million. And I'm like, who are you paying 22 million for It's the most bottom of the barrel. Netflix makes better series and movies. And Netflix
so the issue is the script. The script is bad.
It's horrible.
All right. Next spoiler. I see what they're doing. They're erasing how special Anakin is because of Palpatine possibly using the Force to make Anakin. They won't stop until they destroy him and Luke. Look, Anakin, you're not special. The diverse women of color created too.
Sorry, quick question. Was Anakin created with the Force?
Yeah.
So why can't somebody else be created with the Force?
Because
we don't know how Anakin was created, right? Do we know?
Okay, so the problem is you making the person who I think so Anakin was special for eternity. No one else can do this.
He's Darth Vader, yes.
Yeah, but this sounds silly though. Like so what, in 2,000 years time nobody's gonna do this magic power? Like it just sounds silly.
But like, can I give you a similar example? How many Jesuses have we had after Jesus?
Oh my goodness!
How many prophets?
Oh my goodness!
Because that's basically what Anakin is to the universe. He's like Jesus. He's like.
But if you ask a Muslim person, they'll say like, yeah, but there was Muhammad, there was Abraham, there was Moses, there was Jesus. They're all prophets.
Yeah.
And then if you come to Hinduism, then we have multiple Jesuses. So
yeah.
there you go.
So the Christians can be upset. Like that's their business. Yeah. The whole world doesn't have to bow down to them. This is another stupid point.
Yeah, but like that's my point. That this is what this is all about, is the fact that the core group of Star Wars.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I got it. Okay, I was kind of lost for a minute, but I get it now. Tai, the reason why we can't use this justification, because I was 100% with you. The reason why we can't use this justification of the Christians can be upset or whatever is that this is the equivalent of someone coming into Christianity,
yes,
and saying, "Oh no, he wasn't so special. He's just another guy."
Well, the Mormons do.
Do you get it?
The Mormons,
because like exactly, the people that worship the Star Wars lore and mythos, whatever, he's their Jesus.
Exactly, so, and like he's always been.
If you want to make another one, go and make your religion.
Exactly.
Don't
go
come
do something
to
else.
Our show.
Yes,
don't come to
that's
our
exactly
law,
what they say.
And then tell us that no. What you guys believe, that's wrong. Exactly. Actually, anyone is Jesus.
This is not the Bible. This is the actual Bible.
It's Jesus.
Exactly. It's the same thing we're talking about earlier. It's the same thing we're talking about earlier, Luke, of people coming into fandoms and then saying we are fans. The moment they're in there, then they want to change everything about the fandom. Like, no. That wasn't so. Like, why do you have to do that? Go create your own shit that you can create the way that you want to create it. Why do you have to come and spoil other people's shit?
And also, if you're a fan of Gears of War, why do you want it to change? Are you really a fan of Gears of War? You get me?
My point.
If you love Mario so much, why do you have a problem with the fact that he's short?
Well, Master Chief is just another Spartan, if you want to think about it.
He's really not. If you've played Halo, you played the first 3 Halos, he's not just another Spartan. He's the Spartan. Do you get it? It's like if someone just rocked up and was like, no, Kratos, right? This God of War, Kratos, actually, there's other gods of war that have been killing other religious whatever deities, and this has been happening all over. This is nothing special. Kratos is nothing. He's just another one in the cog. Do you get it, Wise?
Yeah, that's exactly what they're saying. Yeah.
I think you limit yourself when you hold on to these very detailed plot points. And I guess my question to to Star Wars fans, I don't mean fanatics. I mean the Star Wars fans as a whole, the group. Do you care that much that somebody else was born from the Force of Anakin, or is this a huge no-go? And I would say the general fans aren't too crazy about that. They probably don't see that as an issue. Now, if you want to say, well, Anakin wasn't created this way, then that's the problem. But the idea that you would just give that specifically to him for eternity, we're talking 2,000, 2,500, 3,000 years, 4,000 years, that you can never touch that story, sounds bizarre.
Yeah, it doesn't sound bizarre. And now I'm using myself as an example. Usually, when I see someone raging about something, I always try to turn it around onto myself. Tai, if I woke up tomorrow and they were making a new Metal Gear Solid.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And suddenly, the boss, he's not special anymore. Like the guy, right, whose cells created the so-called best genome ever known to man, right? The next protagonist for Metal Gear Solid is someone who is not from that line, right? But is apparently as special. I'm not down with that. I'm really I'm getting really angry thinking about it. Just imagining it right now, I'm pissed as fuck.
But see, that's your sacred cow. I mean, this is going against like whenever you sacrifice a sacred cow, you're going to get backlash.
Whose cow? Who has the right to say this cow is more sacred than that one?
It's very simple.
We can tear down the temple of Star Wars. Don't touch my Metal Gear.
It's very
If I'm
simple.
being a hypocrite, I would say, you know what? As long as Metal Gear is fine, you guys can do whatever the fuck you want to do with Star Wars. I just dabble in that. You guys want to ruin that for the core fans? I don't care. I'm not a core fan. That's fine. But how would I feel if they did that to my Metal Gear?
Yeah.
How would I feel? And for me, Taye, I was raised to be empathetic. I was raised to look at other people's plight and not ignore it because I don't think it makes sense. I was raised to look at it, try to put myself in their shoes, and then see if it's something that makes sense. And at the beginning of this conversation, I was with you. I was right there with you until Oshas brought up this point, and then you countered with the whole religious thing, and then I had a brain explosion moment. I was like, oh shit, this would be terrible if it was Metal Gear. So yeah, bro, I'm sorry. For me, this is bad. Messing with Anakin, because Anakin is it. He's the Darth Vader. He is the guy that brought balance back to the Force according to the original Star Wars lore. And going and disrupting that, damn.
And mind you, look, they could have touched a lot of different. Like, I mean, this has been done before. Ironically, by BioWare. If you go and watch all the Knights of the Old Republic trailers, all their promotional trailers, there's like a compilation that's about 45 minutes. It's some of the best mini Star Wars I've ever seen, and none of the stuff touches on Luke Skywalker. It does not interfere with the main lore, but it expands it so beautifully, and it's done so well that it felt like those people had 180 million budget compared to what I'm looking at when I watch the CW Star Wars that's Acolyte. It's some of the most worst produced television I've ever seen, and I'm like, who like somebody had to sign off on that stuff, and it just boggles my mind. Aside from the fact that it has nothing to do with actual Star Wars fans, the production value on those shows.
Oshas, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I thought it was my mic or my headset too.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah,
there we go.
Oh, like, geez, I just said a whole bunch of stuff that I'm not going to repeat. But my point was like, I fully understand that if you're going to sort of like, why don't you just go create a thing then for your audience that you're trying to court instead of trying to change
I lack creativity. I don't know how to build lore. I lack it. So
can I ask a question about the boss reference you gave? The reason why you like the boss so much, is it because of the story of the boss, or is it because the way that character was portrayed and the details on how they speak?
It's the whole package. So because I was scared, like let me give you more context. Metal Gear Solid 1, you play as his son. Metal Gear Solid 2, you play as a secret agent that is being trained to get he's being kind of mind fucked, right? To redo what you did in the first one. Yeah. Spoilers for anyone that hasn't played MGS2. And then the third Metal Gear, you play as the father. So it's like what do they call it? when you go in the past, forget
a prequel.
Prequel, yeah.
I still remember the first time they mentioned that this is a prequel. Me and my brothers, because we played the Metal Gear Solid games religiously. We didn't just play the campaign, we played the special missions, and there's like hundreds of them. We played the VR training missions. We did that, right? What happened was we all got into a panic in our household. There was no internet. Well, there was internet, but we weren't steeped into the whole internet thing. But we went into a panic when we bought the PlayStation magazine and read the story about what we're going to be doing in MGS3, and we're like, fuck, we're going to play as Big Boss. And we'd already read the lore on Big Boss from MGS 1 and 2, and we wanted them to do him justice, because of what he meant to this universe. And they executed it brilliantly.
Because they created
it was perfect. MGS3 was perfect. They nailed it. I would want to be his son. All right. And for me, if they had messed it up, it would have sullied a bit. Like if it was made for modern audiences. For example, if MGS3 was made today and was made for modern audiences, and suddenly he wasn't what they made him in the original MGS3. He's quirky. He's a bit of a soy boy. He's worried about, I don't know, climate change or whatever, dude. All these weird things that are happening, right? That would have sullied MGS 1 and 2, in my opinion.
Yeah, but the difference here is like, I'm guessing in keeping with Metal Gear, it's that they make a new game, and in this new game, they say like there's another super soldier like the boss. So the boss there's another like boss who's just as good as the original boss as well. Like that's kind of it. Like you don't take away anything from the original boss by saying that there's somebody else who's just as good or just as powerful. In fact, like that's how we see games, right? Like you don't stop at Frieza. You go to Cell, then you go to Boo. You keep rising in power levels. So I guess that'll be my only pushback.
But Goku keeps winning though. But Goku keeps winning.
But the Jedi, the good guys are still. Yeah, but the good guys
are
still.
Like you're talking about Metal Gear. Let's stay with Metal Gear. You're talking about Metal Gear. So the boss has to keep winning, whether it's him or his descendants. That's fine. Mm-hmm. But as soon as you bring something else that is the boss, turns out the boss actually wasn't special. Turns out, right?
But wasn't that Metal Gear Solid 5?
Turns out there's a boss set, right? That's better or equal to him. The boss actually wasn't that special. It wasn't worth the entirety of the American military industrial complex to scour the entire planet and say, no, this guy is the man. And then it wasn't worth Shadow Moses, where they almost launched nuclear weapons just to get his DNA, his fucking DNA. Not him alive or whatever. His DNA, his remains, bro. World War was about to erupt over a one man's DNA. Turns out, could have just gone, I don't know, to wherever else and talked to someone else, and they would have produced the exact same results.
Yeah, but then is it right? But I guess my pushback then would be like, the boss was pushed to be someone super special, but and even though now you've realized that he isn't that special, like the story of that boss is still important to you. So I'm guessing like if we put this back to Star Wars, how does this take away from Anakin if there's somebody else out there who could be born as well?
I gotta run. So
okay, hold on. Ushers, before you respond, Wise, plug your stuff, bro.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. Yeah, my name is the Wiseold Gamer. You can find me Xbox, PlayStation, and Twitter. Wiseold Gamer with a Z. You can also catch me on every Friday night with Mr. Loke, and I got to get you guys on my podcast as well every Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern on Wasted with Wise. doing a new podcast. You can't say that on the internet. I've not made a steady schedule for that. Yesterday's show was the first show. It's about an hour and a half. It's more intimate. It's just my ramblings, and maybe I might have one or two people on just for their rambling as well. That's another podcast I am starting. Not made it a consistent time for that, but yeah, every Friday, me, Logue, Cozy, Supa, Triple, Cerebral, Praxis, Bushido, and the list goes on. And we get people coming in and out all the time. So yeah, just check us out.
It's wild.
Yeah, it's a fun time.
All right, thanks for coming through, Wes.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys. Have a great one. Have a great Sunday and happy Father's Day. Yep.
All right, Ty, do you have a child, Ty?
No.
Are you a father?
No.
Oh, okay. I wanted to say Happy Father's Day too. Now I look like a referee. One guy on this guy, the other guy. Yeah. All right, so let's move on. Let's move on.
No, like before we move on, I just wanted to make one final point because they brought up something about like Jedi. So what they've been doing, Ty, is like since they've started this new trilogy, is they've been making Jedi look less and less relevant or less and less significant, less heroic. They've been sort of almost taking apart Jedi, saying no, they are flawed, they've made mistakes. And they do this with no like payoff. They're not doing this where at the end of the day the Jedi come back and they look heroic again, like how people who grew up with Star Wars remember them. They're literally trying to sort of break down the Jedi and make them look like they're not, to your point, the good guys or the heroes of the story. And to me, I think that's where a lot of Star Wars fans have a problem with.
Would you say that breaking down the Jedi as a group allows you to include witches and other people who can just be as powerful and different and diverse, which actually might be better for the franchise as a whole?
But the problem is it's not, because of the fact that it's not what the core audience wants. Like, it's not what the average Star Wars, if you go and look at, like, for instance, the most successful Star Wars in the last, say, 5 years, it's The Mandalorian, which really took Star Wars back to its Western roots. And if you look at, like, the most watched episode of The Mandalorian, it's the episode that had Luke Skywalker coming in to save the Mandalorian and Grogu. That's what Star Wars fans want. They want to see more Luke Skywalker. They want to see more of their heroes. They don't want any of this subversive stuff of trying to make Star Wars progressive or political. Or
well, forget about that for a second. But like, are they happy or are they content with a situation where the Jedi are just like the Saiyans, right, in Dragon Ball Z, and everybody else? Doesn't matter how much you like them. As soon as Luke comes in or any Jedi comes in, they just, destroy the whole story because they saved the day and because they're the best.
That's what Star Wars. It's as simple as that. People want their heroes to be heroes. They want Spider-Man to be Spider-Man. They want Batman to be Batman, Captain America to be Captain America. They don't want to be subverted with new versions.
But you see, the reason why I would disagree with that, because if you look at Marvel, all these superheroes, they have good villains who are different. Even look at Dragon Ball Z, for example. I just keep using that as a reference. Like when Goku did Super Saiyan, somebody else came in to take him down, and it kept on. There was always somebody there to match. So it's like you're telling me that like Jedi's are here, and everyone else is just below. Whereas if you look at like Marvel and all these other franchises, there's always somebody to match them every time, and that's interesting, right?
I think that's where maybe we're not like sort of understanding each
enemy.
Like if you're coming in as a villain, then that means you're a form of Sith. Okay. What I'm saying is that what these guys are doing is they're saying the Jedi are not relevant anymore. We want to get rid of them as the heroes. We want to introduce all these other people and other entities in the Star Wars universe as heroes, not the Jedi. That's like me saying we don't need Captain America anymore. We don't need Spider-Man anymore. We don't need Iron Man. We have all these, which is what's happening with Marvel, which is why you're having such a huge backlash. Here's your heroes now. These are the people that you should care about. That's what's happening. That's what the backlash is about. Is people feeling that their traditional heroes are being replaced with newer, modernized versions.
Yeah, but I guess that's just life, though, isn't it? Like everyone, like you gotta, you gotta grow the franchise because Luke will die. Like he can't be around forever. Like all these guys are gonna die.
It's a good thing that you brought up. What's it? Dragon Ball. Because like you said, you gotta grow the franchise. Yeah, you gotta grow the franchise. There's no need to shit on the people that made the foundation for the franchise to exist. There's no need to do that.
Fair.
You can make a Star Wars, don't put the Jedi in there, I guess.
And BioWare,
the extended universe has that as well. The extended universe has that as well. There's lots of stories with no Jedi, no Sith, no problem.
But
what you can't do is put the Jedi in a situation and then you debuff them. That's the problem.
That's the thing.
If you're going to use the Jedi, they better be right there at the top of the pecking order. And the only ones that have ever matched them, ever, is the Sith.
Yes. And they're trying to subvert all that. They're trying to make it more nuanced for different audiences and more dramatic. It's not that deep. It's Star Wars. Keep it simple. But keep it robot like the whole hero's journey.
Before we move on to the next topic, I have to really disagree with you on this one. And go to Taye's side. I think the real problem, the crux of the matter, it's not them doing what they're doing now. Same. It's something you mentioned in passing, and then we left it alone. They're making bad products.
Yeah, that's it. I think if you tell the story,
if these shows were well written, well acted out,
I agree.
We would be lauding them. We would be talking about like these guys are innovative and they're this and they're all that. Why? Because at the end of the day, when we turn on the TV, we want to be entertained.
Yeah, that's true.
As soon as you're not entertaining me, and it goes back to the whole Star Wars thing and the Starfield thing, Star Wars Outlaws. The reason why a lot of people don't really care about the Starfield loading screen is because they're having so much fun. They're enthralled. They can't stop playing it. I had to uninstall Starfield because I was having so much fun, even though I bitch about the loading screen.
Same.
Right? If these Star Wars and even the new Captain America, if all these new properties were well done,
yes,
no one would give a shit about geeks and gamers, about any of you guys, because the core product is good. It just so turns out that the product is woke and it's shit. If it was
funny enough, those things
no one would care.
Funny enough, those things tend to go together.
I use Tales of Skanzera's as a good example. I love it. I heard people calling it woke. I was like, fuck off. It's a good game. Who gives a shit if it's woke or not? It's a good game. It's that simple. The problem
I think Last of Us 2
is not the messaging. It's how they make the product. Go ahead.
I think The Last of Us 2 is another example. Like, that scene with Joel, like everybody was upset with the way it happened, and people probably didn't want it to happen. But if you had executed that scene in the right way, you had, built the story up that made sense. Everyone would have been like, what? It is what it is, and that was it.
And there's another example. There's another example of deviating from the soul of the universe that was created. The soul of the universe, the soul of The Last of Us was Joel, was the father figure, and Ellie was his doting daughter. That was the heart of it. All you had to do, I swear, I feel like every Sunday, Oshes, I feel like every Sunday we rewrite and make better versions of stories for these games. Because remember, the last Sunday, well, not last week, but the last time we're talking about Spider-Man 2, we made an easy transition for how they could have made it from Peter to Miles, and it would have been beautiful.
Yeah,
it was an easy transition, but they didn't. But with The Last of Us, for example, how to kill Joel, just stick to the spirit of the first game. Kill Joel by making him sacrifice himself.
Heroic,
for Ellie.
Absolutely.
That's all.
But you have to understand. But you have to understand, Luke. The people making this stuff. No, but the people making the stuff, it is because they're from the school of subversion. Everything has to subvert your expectation as the audience. They can't give you what you want. It's like that. It's almost like an ingrained thing in a lot of things that they have to disappoint. They can't have a happy ending, inverted commas, or a satisfying ending. It has to be something that is artistic, and for it to be artistic, it has to subvert your expectations. And I feel that a lot of art being created is created in that mold today. That is why nothing is satisfying aside from one or two things. Everything takes what you love and it has to subvert it. It can't give you those feelings that you want, and that's by design. And I don't know why.
I have to agree with you there. I think the main thing when I look at The Last of Us 2, I think the main thing Neil is trying to say is, I don't think he's trying to really subvert per se. I think what he's saying is in this universe that we created, you can get it in the exact same way. Ned Stark in Game of Thrones got taken out. That wasn't about subverting. That was like, listen, in this universe, you make a mistake, you get killed. Joel made a mistake in Last of Us 2 and he got killed. There was no, you're a hero, whatever it is. And that's reality. Not everybody who dies is doing it for a sacrifice. What's up?
If Game of Thrones hadn't done what they did to Ned Stark, the rest of the show would have been very jarring. But what you're saying doesn't fit this example. You know why? Because that was the end of season 1. Every season 1 of every show is establishing the foundation of this is what we're doing.
Yeah, that's what season 2 did, right? Because season 2...
No, season 1 established that foundation. With the death of Ned Stark, everyone watching Game of Thrones was like, oh shit, what is going on here? Anyone can die, because Ned was the protagonist of season 1. Yes. We all thought he'd be the protagonist for the whole fucking show. Everyone thought that. Anyone that says that he was going to die either read the books or is lying. One of the two. But everyone that went in blind was like, this guy's the protagonist. This is the family that is eventually going to move in to the castle and rule it by season 6 or 7. That's what we all thought was going to happen. And when they killed him, they established the rules of this universe. In Last of Us Part 1, that's not what happened. What happened was because they set up their universe. Okay, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it is, though, because if you think about Last of Us Part 1, you know, the girl who was with Joel's friend, first of all, Joel's daughter died, and it was no heroic event. And it was Tommy, the brother, who killed the bad guys. It wasn't like Joel got revenge for his daughter. Like, they're already saying there is no sacrifice in this. Like, you just die just based on circumstance. Then you have the Tess. She died as well. She got bitten, so she gets killed, right? And then what then happens is even the I can't remember the name. The black guys, the family the black guys and his kid, they died as well. You know, everyone's dying. And then at the end of the game, Joel kills the good guys to save one person, and those good guys, they died. They didn't. I mean, why did they die? They didn't have to die. So the game is already telling you that like things are happening.
It's
so
not telling me that. It's not telling me that. You know why? Because I played as two characters. Neither one of the two characters that I played as died. If there was 3 characters that I played as in The Last of Us, and one of them died, sure, you've set a precedent. All right. Now, what you did was you gave me these 2 characters and they're bulletproof, they're Teflon. And then you took one of them away. I can forgive. But you know what? Not even forgive. I have no problem with them killing Joel. It's the way they did it. As a main character, it doesn't fit not only his role, but also what he has done for Ellie in the past. Forget getting into the nitty-gritty of him walking into that room and being, you know, nonchalant and chill. And now Joel, that has always been suspicious of everyone, suddenly, no, it's cool. These strangers, they're definitely not going to do anything. What the fuck? Come on.
So can I come to Tay's defense here, or not defense, but like I'm in agreement with him in terms of like what he says about the brutality of the world. How like the only thing is like I feel that for them to kill Jewel off and introduce the person that kills Jewel in the first act as one of the protagonists was, to me, the biggest misstep. If they'd built up that, what's her name? Is it Abby?
Abby.
If they'd built up Abby, and then they had you play as, can you imagine this? Now think about this. And this is me fixing, Neil Druckmann is welcome for this piece of
it's a bit late
advice. Okay. It is a bit late, but when maybe they'll do this in the series. Think about this. If they introduce Abby early on in the game, you get to play her as her story, even before you get into Ellie and Jules' story. You play her, you get to know her. They don't tell you her involvement with that group. But as the story goes on, they keep cutting to Ellie's story. And these two characters, even maybe they meet and they become friends, only for Abby to find out, like, this motherfucker he's the dude that killed my dad. And Ellie's my friend. Now there's real conflict. Ellie's my friend, and I want to kill this motherfucker. There's tension. In fact, I would have even gone as further. If you want to do the whole thing of, having LGBTQ representation, have them sort of fall in love. I don't care. Whatever you want to do. The two of them sort of become interested in each other, blah, blah, blah. Now it's more tense because of the fact that there's an existing relationship between these two characters, but she's going to kill freaking Joel. And let's say it's the fifth act of the game, and then you have to either do that as her, kill Joel because of the fact that you want revenge for your father. Imagine how much more impactful
I want to play that game. I want to play that game.
That is what should have happened. And I think that they have a chance. And you remember, remember we're talking about TV shows, right? How you got to stick to the core fans, all that kind of stuff. And I say you just need to make a good story. If that story you just told, they say, listen, for the TV season 2, we're gonna write that story instead, not what Neil did. Do you think everyone's happy? Everyone's happy. Even the fans are happy.
You're muted.
If they do it correctly,
I don't think they're happy because there's a lot of people, guys. Let's think about it. There's a lot of people that are very happy with what it looks like now.
Yes,
but no. But remember, the way season 2, the way the Last of Us 2 is different. Remember, it's disjointed. It's you play this first, then you play that first, whatever it is. That might confuse us. The Witcher did this, and people were confused. If you tell that, I'll give you an example. Right, I was talking to my. Go ahead. Oh, you're muted.
You're muted.
Go ahead.
If it was told like we just laid it out, if the storyteller is that good, you could pull it off. But you're gonna the only thing, to Tyre's point, is that you're going to upset some fans that wanted to be like the game verbatim. You can't avoid that, unfortunately. I
think the fact that this game caused so much friction between the fans, I think all fans would agree on this point. I think they will be happy enough to see Joel have a longer, be involved in more episodes. And I think they'll also be happy to see Abby interact with Ellie more. I think it's a win for everybody. And I was thinking to myself, if Sony is smart, they're telling HBO, listen, forget Neil. You don't know, he messed that up for us, right? You guys have creation. You guys have the ability to, you guys are creators. Do what you need to do to make everyone love this show. Forget Neil, and I think we're gonna see a little bit. We're gonna see a different season. To what the game
I'm not watching it
is.
because I washed my hands off The Last of Us after what happened with The Last of Us, but I just left it. Anyway, let's move on.
I'm curious to see what they're gonna do, Taya.
Yeah. Let's see. So Nib95 said, amusing byproduct of acquisitions, whiplash-inducing opinion reversals on cinematic movie games. Now Hellblade 2 is an Xbox IP exclusive, LOL. Hargeet went from trashing this style of game to being the most understanding defender. Still has Sony 2, The Last of Us, God of War jabs, though. All right, so I don't know if you guys watched this.
I saw it.
Let's listen.
I mean, Hellblade 1 was okay. This is
all right. So let me give some context. Hargeet is a friend of the channel, and he's been on a couple of times. Here we go.
the one I'm least looking forward to. It's okay.
Oh, wow.
I just don't. Right. Look, the problem with this kind of game is it's literally the Sony formula, which is just a sad mom walking simulator instead of a dad. But it's like from a gameplay perspective, it just felt, this is okay.
On cinematic and movie game formula.
look, PlayStation makes these movie games, so you can watch those, right? That's fine. Nintendo makes games. Games are not meant to be watched. They're meant to be played. And that's the difference. You're not supposed to watch it, you're supposed to play it. Okay? And that is why PlayStation games are shit, because that's what they make. It's cinematic crap that you watch. Oh, and hit these 2 buttons. Oh, and then watch some more. No. Sorry. They're not talking about cinematic cutscenes. They're not talking about, the graphics are so good. Who cares? Play the game. That's the difference, right? Xbox is somewhere in the middle, but PlayStation gives you movies that are pretending to be games. That's fine. Okay, and some people like that. That's great.
That's hot. On Hellblade 2, the epitome of a cinematic movie game. Okay.
This game. And what did you score it, Hargeet?
I gave it a 9.
A 9
out of 10.
Okay.
I gave it a 9.
A 9
out of 10.
Okay. And what
double your score.
Yeah, how did you feel?
You're probably looking for more mechanics, and I'm like, dude, this is a frail woman who has problems in her head. It is what it is, guys. Like, you have to understand what this game is, right? This is not going to be a freaking God of War. Here, I'm going to throw the axe and it's going to come back to me. That's a shit game, by the way. God of War is a boring ass fucking game. But anyway.
I need it to be a game first, not something that feels like a tech demo. And that's totally fine. And that's just me. Like, it just feels like I was now. Dude, for me, it looks like, dude, it is. I'm sorry. It is a gorgeous looking game, but I did more gameplay in the goddamn Matrix demo than I did in this game.
I'm gonna say The Last of Us 100% is a tech demo, because that was a shit fucking gameplay game. It is a shit gameplay game.
Number one or number two? Number one or number two? Number one or number two?
Both of them.
I hated the gameplay. And like, yes, it was technically very, very cool, but good God, was that a shit gameplay game? It's one of the reasons I hate Naughty Dog as a developer. Yes, they put stories out, but their gameplay sucks.
You actually pick up more things, looking at stuff. You're actually interacting with the world a lot more than you do in this game. Guys,
you're not getting the point of the game. You're just not getting it. You're just not getting it.
What am I not getting?
Hargeet. You can't say that we don't.
It's a game.
This is not about what your gameplay is.
Okay, so
you're not supposed to enjoy
the problem.
Right? This is not about what your gameplay is.
Okay, so
you're not supposed to enjoy
the problem.
You're not supposed to watch it. You're supposed to play it. Okay, and that is why PlayStation games are shit, because that's what they make. It's cinematic crap that you watch. And hit these 2 buttons. Oh, and then watch some more. No. Sorry. They're not talking about cinematic cutscenes. They're not talking about, the graphics are so good. Who cares? Play the game. That's the difference, right? Xbox is somewhere in the middle, but PlayStation gives you movies that are pretending to be games. That's fine. Okay, and some people like that. I gave it a 9.
A 9
out of 10.
Okay.
Gentlemen.
I mean, Hellblade 1 was okay. This is
Let me. Oshis, you could go first on this one.
Damn, like I know, like they got the receipts. Who's that Nib? Like Nib is one of those.
Nib went from posting Bible to posting receipts. Jeez.
Yeah, like look. It's a self-owned. Like I love like Hagit and like Zaka and all those guys from the Xbox. Like that, I used to follow them on the Real Deal podcast. And this is a self-owned. Like there's no way to defend this. It's a huge self-owned because it is a double standard in the sense that Hellblade is everything that he says is wrong with Sony games. Period. I played Hellblade
and worse, and
it's worse. Yeah, because it's very limited in terms of context. What you're supposed to do next, where you're supposed to go, what you can do within that, experience. So how do you defend that self-own? Like, I've got nothing.
I saw this take and honestly, I wasn't surprised because he said some takes. I'm just like, what are you talking about? And I think it's sad because I remember when I first started, watching like Xbox podcasts, and I started kind of like getting a bit closer to the community and stuff. Great content creators, and what I've noticed recently, at least with the acquisition, is some dudes are becoming like fanatics. They got these terrible takes. this double standard approach. Like this is not. There's nothing good to watch about this. Like, how do you watch this? How do you even defend it? It's just a wild thing to say. Like when I heard God of War and these games suck, I'm like, they suck. Like, what do you mean they suck? And fair enough, if you don't like those kind of games, but then Hellblade 2's I still haven't gone back to that game. Because in the first like 30 minutes or whatever, I'm like, what have I done but push up? Nothing. I'm just walking around doing nothing. It looks pretty, but I agree with Hargy when he says, it's all about the games. It's about the gameplay. At least Horizon, God of War, and all these other walking simulators that people talk about on Uncharted, they do have gameplay, and they're good gameplay. Now I'm not going to say Hellblade 2 doesn't have elements of gameplay. It does, but to like the Sony games have more gameplay than Hellblade 2. That's just a fact. It's just such an inconsistent. It just feels very like fanatic, like to even like have these kind of statements. I mean, like just be consistent with your approach. If you like Hellblade 2, because listen, if you said, "Yo, listen, I played the game, the story was better, it really captured me, which elevated the game into something different and something like special," I understand, because stories can do that. It's not about the gameplay. A good story can actually take a game to something like to unique heights. But that's not what he said. He didn't say that. He just kind of mentioned, well, she has mental health problems. Like, I mean, what does that mean? So what? Who cares? How is that relevant? Like, did the story like capture you? Did everything? And if he said that, that's perfect. But he didn't say that. So this is just a terrible take.
I think he was console warring here. He was clearly like, because
it's not the first time I've seen him say this. He said this a few times, to be honest.
I mean, like
he has some wild takes, to be honest with you. He has this kind of like weird hatred for PlayStation. Like it's a box, man. It's not that deep.
So I'll say this in defense of him is that I do feel to a certain extent like if we had to break that down in terms of like, yes, Sony makes primarily more cinematic experiences that are much more casual friendly in the sense that you've got great gameplay, but it's very accessible. Whereas I would say that traditionally, the traditional sort of Microsoft/Xbox game tends to be a little bit more diverse than that in the sense that it's a flight simulator. It's a Gears of War. It's a Halo. It's what's another Microsoft IP? It's a what's the platformer from
Minecraft?
It's a Minecraft. Yes, there's the other platformer that did very
Fallout
well.
76.
No, platformer specifically.
The one by Compulsion Games.
On what platform?
Tim Schafer. It's on everything. It's just on the tip of my tongue. But they've got a very diverse sort of library historically of games in terms of gameplay that focus more on gameplay than they do on cinematic presentation. To me, that's a fair criticism to say, well, I don't like cinematic presentation. I prefer more involved gameplay. But you can't then say that objectively, I don't like Last of Us 2 as a game, but objectively, I cannot say it's a bad game. It's a great game. It's very well made. Every part of that game, you can tell technically. I mean, I run it on my base PlayStation 4, and that game looks better than. And I said this to you once, Logan, and you were like, "What?" But it runs better than some of my Series X games or most of my Series X games in terms of just how it looks, not performance-wise. It looks
Series X. Series X is backwards compatible. You could be comparing them. You could be comparing
even ones that were released now.
You could be comparing The Last of Us Part 2 to a 360 game, and you're still not lying.
Let's say, let me put it like this: Microsoft games released within the last 5 years, it looks better than most of them, still to this day. That's how beautiful that game looks. Just being
Which
able
game are you talking about?
Last of Us 2.
Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah.
It's very well made. Like even now, if Sony wanted to just print money, just release it on PC, and people can up the graphics and whatever. Easy.
Though the game you're talking about, I think, is Psychonauts, right?
Yes, Psychonauts. But look at that. Look at the diversity of Microsoft's library. They've got so many different IPs, and the games are very much gameplay oriented. Everything is about the game making the experience, not the story. Sony's games are built around the story. If you don't engage, which is my problem, or my biggest problem with God of War, is I'm not a dad. It's Father's Day, and I think this is relevant, I suppose. I'm not a dad, so I can't really relate to that story. Like, I just found the kid annoying and irritating, and I just didn't enjoy that as a Kratos from God of War 3, for instance, which I still play to this day. I enjoyed that experience far more than I did the whole Kratos and his son experience. That's the only thing I'll fault that game with, but that's just a me thing. It's got nothing to do with the quality of the game.
Yeah. I think I played Horizon Forbidden West on the base PlayStation 4, and I was shocked how good that game looks. It looked fantastic. And all I could think is like the guys at Sony they're geniuses. I don't know how they managed to squeeze that those graphics out of the base PS4, but yeah, it was amazing. So Sony makes good quality games. I think we all know this.
If only they could make it fun.
No, Horizon Forbidden West isn't a bad game. Like, yeah, they're good.
They're all fun though. Like, you know, like I don't like Aloy. Is it Eloy or Eloy? Or,
Eloy, yeah.
I don't like her character, but the gameplay is so good, especially
That's
around
sexist.
those rogues.
You should like all female characters. Anyways, my takeaway from this video. My takeaway from this video is people change and are allowed to change. Yes, like I remember trashing certain things in 2015. I'm lucky that I wasn't on video, right? I didn't have a podcast for people to go and get, right? But I remember trashing certain games and genres in 2015 that today I absolutely love. So,
but I would say to you, what was the catalyst for that change?
Time and exposure.
And I think that's good.
That is quite literally
that's good. But the catalyst for that change is, well, my favorite platform is now making this kind of games, so I'm going to switch. Well, then you're a fraud, right?
Oh, that's the implication here.
Yeah, you're a fraud.
Yeah, because in the tweet it says amusing byproduct of acquisitions. Okay.
Oh no, I wasn't even connecting that. I'm just saying, like, in the video, he's talking crap about PlayStation games doing this. Then as soon as his favorite company, Xbox, does it, he flips. Now it's great. It's fantastic. And you can't never trust that person's opinions, really, because it's just it's this is what we call grifters, right? They just go with like whatever like is good for them to say for their audience. Like this is it, basically. This is bad. There's nothing good about this.
I got a lot of pushback on TSWS actually when Tales of Kinzerza came out, and I was like, I don't care about the SBI stuff, because at first everyone was interested. Like Osha says, everyone was when they announced Tales of Kinzerza, everyone was excited, and then when the news came out earlier this year that it has Sweet Baby involvement, a lot of people soured on it, and I was like, I don't care. I was
one of those people. Then
when I got it, I played it, I enjoyed it, I reviewed it, I gave it a 9 out of 10 for a fucking side scroller, which usually I hate. I hate side scrollers most of the time, and I had fun with Tales of Kinzerza. So me, when I flip flop. And I don't even like. I don't like that statement. I don't like locking people into stuff they say. It's not flip-flopping.
Once again,
it's reacting to new information.
Yeah, but like the question here would be like, well, what was new? It's still a side scroller. It's still everything is still the exact same, but you've changed because now it's a game that talks about African culture. So you can see how somebody can look.
No, not just that. My plan, if I'm being honest, my plan with Tales of Kinzerza was to buy it because it has the African slant, and then just keep it pushing with my life. I got lucky and got a code to review it, so I was forced to play it. And what I found was, after I had finished writing the article, right, and I had played like 10 hours. No, not 10. I think 5 or 6. I could have stopped there, but I was having so much fun. I was like, no, I'm going to keep going. You know what I mean? I was actually enjoying myself. It's a good game. And with side scrollers and Metroidvania, whatever, one thing that it implements that a lot of them don't, most of them don't, in my opinion, is it has a map. So I'm not lost. I know where I am and I know where I should go. A lot of these Metroidvanias, it's like you should have all of this in your mind, and it's like, no, I'm not going to do that.
Wait, so is it 2-pointer? Is it that the reason why it was because it's a side scroller and because it was a Sweet Baby thing? Those are the two reasons why that people would attack you for it. Like, oh, now you're flip flop. Is that what you're saying?
No. People are on me because of the Sweet Baby thing.
The Sweet Baby thing. Yeah, no, I know.
Because I was shitting on Sweet Baby for weeks.
You weren't even the only one. There were some content creators as well too. I'm talking black content creators, and they were saying the same thing about Sweet Baby. And as soon as it came out, I was like, I want to see the flip flop. I want to see them suddenly like, oh no, it's not a big deal. And you saw it on Twitter. They were like, oh, because when people did the same critique, the response was, "You're racist." And I'm like, how?
Yeah, but exactly, Tay. And I actually said to Loke when the news broke that Sweet Baby was involved. I sent him a message and I was like, geez, like I wanted to buy this game day one and I'm about to change my mind. And then he said to me, like, no, it's a good game, go ahead. And like I was hesitant on the purchase because I've made a rule to say I'm not gonna support that. And for me, it's not even about the racial stuff, it's about other things that they do in games that annoy me, that I feel that is ruining games that I love. So I was not gonna support the game if it was not an African story. That was my reason, and I was very sort of like, no, I'm not gonna back down on that because there's not a lot of these sort of games, and it's not like there's another one that's gonna come around. So if I don't support this, then
that's pretty much it, bro. Like we're not getting an African game,
exactly,
or a game set in Africa. A game set in Africa with an African protagonist,
exactly,
for another 10 years.
By an African or done by another black dude.
I feel confident in saying we're not going to get anything like Tales of Kenzazao with that amount of polish and marketing for the next 10 years.
And my thing is, if Sweet Baby was not involved with that project would have gone on to be a bestseller. A lot of it is a lot of like more I don't want to say conservative, but a lot more the guys that have really zoned into this who buy games would have supported that game. But they didn't support it just because of Sweet Baby, and that affected the success of the game, which is sad.
I heavily doubt that. I don't believe that at all. I don't think Sweet Baby, any connection with Sweet Baby, has any material effect on any game. I think it's just online people talking. Do they lose some sales? Probably, but guess what? They probably gained some sales. They probably gained some sales from black people too, who wanted to support the game because of what it was. Like I don't see this as well.
Reaction. There's an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, exactly. Look, my thing is this.
Out.
But like, this is my thing, right? That like, if I look at, and this is, I'm not looking at the console market. I'm looking at the PC market specifically. I think in the Steam community, they take that type of stuff very seriously. Things like, for instance, when they start to sense that there's some sort of like an agenda, that's stuff that they really take seriously. The stuff with Helldivers and Sony is proof of that. I think that community would have gotten behind that game. And if that community pushes your game tends to go and become a huge hit. Palworld proved this, Helldivers proved this. These were games that were all backed from Steam and the PC community.
So
I think they can.
But even with Helldivers too, yeah, when the PC community went crazy, the player base didn't drop. It was like people were giving it downvotes, but they're still playing the game. Because I think all of this is half on puff.
Yes, but like this is the thing you have to understand. This is now after the PC community had gotten behind Helldivers and Helldivers overperformed. Sony did not see Helldivers performing as well as it did on PC. Even on console, it didn't. And on console, the sales sort of
I think I read an article where they
you mean Helldivers 2?
Yes, Helldivers 2. So the sales stalled on PlayStation, but they just kept going up week after week after week. The first couple of months for that game was incredible on PC. It was unprecedented for Sony. And I think it's the reason that they're pushing so much now for online, even more than they were before. All I'm saying is just the power of the Steam community is incredible. And if they get behind your game tends to perform very well. But
I don't know if the Steam community, because the question is Tales of Kansara, is that like the best Metrovania game by those standards.
No.
I don't think it would. Yeah.
No.
So why would they support a game just because it's African culture?
I'll tell you why that game had like a lot of people. No. Besides,
when you say best, you don't have to be the best.
Is it better? Is it better than Ori? For example,
lots of sales.
No,
again, Ty,
subjective,
you don't
but
have to be the best. You just have to be good and be new. That's all. Because the people have already bought Ori. They've already bought Dark Souls. Do you get it? You don't have to be better than Dark Souls. Are you as good and are you new? That's it.
I think we sometimes we overestimate these talking points and these people. Like, so it's like when Jason Schreier was saying when this guy was going back for this guy, and this guy was like, oh, people don't like, forced narratives, forced this, forced that. And you talked about like how LGBTQ, lesbians and gay people don't like that. And then Jason was like, why did Baldur's Gate 3 sell so much when you can have sex with everybody?
Like, no, but like again,
what's the rebuttal to that?
Yeah, but this is the thing. It's such a nuanced conversation, Ty, that we can actually have this, like, it can be a complete podcast on its own. Is that if you do no one is against representation or diversity or black people or gay people. The problem is if it comes off like that Dragon Age trailer, and you can see that this is a packaged thing where they're trying to sell you this thing. But Baldur's Gate 3 comes off as from the first trailer they released as a fantasy experience first. All the other stuff people don't care about. It's that same thing that we're talking about earlier that Luke brought up, that if the game is good, people will come. But your game has to be good. So with Tales of Khansaria, where for me, the attraction is, to your point, is why would Steam gamers get behind Tales of Khansaria? Because the guy who makes the game is an awesome dude. He's genuinely a nice guy. And he used to be Bayek. Yes, well, it's a good game, and he's Bayek. He's Bayek. He's a name, so he's a brand, or he's associated with a brand or a game that everybody knows and loves, which is Assassin's Creed Origins. Everybody loves Origins. So
and he's acting in the thingy, the show. Yes. What's it called? The spin-off for Game of Thrones. What's it called? House of the Dragons.
And he was even in, and he was in the science fiction thing with what is it called? With done by the guy that made Blade Runner. Is it Ridley Scott? What was the show called? Scott series. So he's a very well-known guy, and a lot of people would have gotten behind it if there was the question of Sweet Baby was not there. I see that game doing very much better than it did. And
I think
I just feel that way.
The question that I would ask,
last point on this one.
Yeah, like, does your team think that you working with Sweet Baby reduce your sales by 30-40%? Because I've yet to see any developer actually explicitly say we lost sales because of this, and even, for example, that's the same conversation that happened with Suicide Squad. And when Jason asked the developers, like, yo, what's up? Like, what happened? None of them said, well, he was Sweet Baby, he was this. They were like, no, like, these are internet talking points. I don't believe this game would have done better or worse with Sweet Baby there or not. I think these are just internet talking points that crazy people want to feel special about. They ain't special. These dudes ain't special. They don't, like, Dragon Age is going to sell well, probably, because it's fun.
I don't
the
think
casuals
so.
are going to play. Same
I
thing
don't
for.
think so.
But hold on. If the game is good, it's
I don't think it's going to be good, first of all, because
but if we go on the foundation that the game is good, and if the game has some type of representation that they don't like because they feel it's a forced agenda.
No, but like Baldur's Gate had representation. Baldur's Gate had full-on representation. There were black characters. There were all races. There were different colors. It did well because it was awesome, and nobody complained about the representation. You know what I hate is that whenever Disney knows that they've got a crappy product, they're gonna put a black face on that. It's the same thing with Acolyte. They put all those female actresses. God. They put a black woman right in front of that because she's one of the head witches. They always do this because they know that if the show fails, then they can say, well, it's all the racist dude bros that did not, that didn't support the show and that hated on the show. It's, to me, the easiest scapegoat from the gaming industry and Hollywood.
Time out. We keep circling back to this. Time out. Here's a quick one. so that we can knock out the park. Let's hope we agree on this one. At Mick Mommy said, a group of guys at the gym are ignoring me and it feels so threatening. Like, how are you a foot away and avoiding looking or talking? Inhumane. Tai, is something wrong with the dude bros?
Nah, they're in the gym to gym. You know, they're focused. This is good. Like, this is great. You don't, you're there to build yourself up, and you don't see a woman and then everything falls apart. You know, if that's happened to you, then I don't believe you're in the gym in the first place. So yeah, it's not surprising. Like, I go to the gym, and because when you're locked in, you're thinking calories, you're thinking sets, you're thinking reps, you're thinking about all these things. I don't care if you walk by.
Read this comment, guys.
True,
check
but if
that
someone
out.
can't even smile or say hello or look at you, it begins getting weird. I don't know what that even means.
Remember that meme of feminists that used to say, stop telling me to smile more. Stop telling us to smile more. Ladies and gentlemen, exhibit Murph. Oshus, what are your thoughts on this one?
I mean, again, it goes back. All this stuff, funny enough, just always goes back to the stupid culture war shit. Again, it's people don't want to get freaking cancelled.
Culture war? How is this a culture war? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, she's saying that like she's a hot woman. She's not being acknowledged by guys in the gym because guys in the gym don't want to be on a video being called out for being like pervs. Because that's what, like, there's so many videos of these girls in the gym saying, well, all they did was just stare at me, blah, 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 blah. I mean, it's a trend that's been happening a lot lately. So all those guys, aside from the fact that I agree with Ty that, like, yeah, most of them are focused. They want to do their thing. But guys have become so, how can I say, guarded in public because of the fact that, especially if you would live in a Western country, because of
I was talking to someone about this as well. A girl, she works in this company, and we were just talking, and she's from South Africa, and she was telling me, she said that one thing she doesn't like is that she feels like people in Europe are the guys are a little bit more shy, they're a little bit more reserved, and they're too afraid to say and do certain things. And I just said, well, what do you mean? She says, like, well, when in my work, I just feel like they don't compliment as much, they don't say things. And then she gave a story about how one guy used to always, compliment and say these, oh, you look beautiful today, oh, nice, whatever stuff. And then he just stopped. And she didn't know why he stopped. And then one day she's like, are you okay? Like, she's thinking, where's my gorgeous and beautiful stuff? And turns out he said it to another coworker, a new girl, and she went to HR.
That's so you don't want to be sued.
Yeah, and he got in trouble, and he's like, yeah, and she was like, and she was so angry. She was like, man, this girl's like ruining my vibe. Like, like I rely on this to feel good in the morning, to get to business. And she's like, yeah, I feel like over here it's a bit too sensitive.
I agree, Ty. Like, Ty, I don't like at my workspace. I am so self-conscious of that type of stuff because of the fact that so many incidences like that have happened where you friendly with someone and then you joke and then the next thing you're being called into like an awkward meeting with HR and you're like, what? No, so and so she said that you made her feel uncomfortable. And it's like, so guys, I am as guarded. I'm very guarded in a corporate space, especially. I treat women the same way I would treat a dude. I'll fist bump you, but I'm not gonna hug you. I'm not gonna do anything that is gonna suggest that I'm anyway interested in you, even if you are beautiful or attractive, because I don't want to get in trouble. And I feel a lot of guys in spaces, in cohabited spaces do that now, and I like that. Which is
I would say, I agree with everything you say. Guard yourself, because the truth is, workplace is work. I think everyone's there to work. I don't want to hear your politics. I don't want to hear your stories. I don't want to hear anything about that. If you Black Lives Matter on work, okay, whatever. If you're something else, All Lives Matter, like, okay, whatever. Like, I remember I was on a work call before, like in one of my old companies, and somebody brought up some political kind of statement, like in a call. And I'm thinking, like, this phone call has people from so many different backgrounds, people from the Middle East, Africa, Europe, Western Europe, Eastern Europe, the United States. Like, everyone's going to have a different take on this, and it's going to be spicy. Why would you say this statement, where people can get triggered, right? So I'll say keep it neutral, but you can also match people's energy. So if someone says something to me, you know, it doesn't have to be controversial, but if you say a topic to me and you're being open about it, that I can kind of give you a certain response back, right? But that's going to be between me and you. No one's going to be hearing that discussion unless I have to be in a safe space for me to kind of have certain certain discussions with certain people. So I would just say you can match people's energy. It is still a bit iffy, but like that's the minimum I would say you should do.
So,
sorry,
wait.
Sorry, no, just before you go now, I just want to know where's Taya from?
Dublin.
Ireland. Dublin. Yeah. Ireland.
Nigeria originally. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, wow, like you're the fairest looking Irishman I've ever seen.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. So
well, a lot of people kind of catch it. Like, sorry, go on, man.
When I was in university in UNISA, I got called to speak to a couple of teachers because I held the door open for one of my female classmates. So it's a bit much. It's a bit much. Apparently, holding the door open is a problem. As for this post, you get what you fucking deserve. That's all I have to say. Like, this is only going to get worse. I've seen it at the gym. I've seen it. Like, a guy will be doing a rep wrong, whether it's squatting or whatever. 3 or 4 guys will come and show him how to do it properly. Or if a guy's struggling with the barbell, someone's going to come spot him. And then they're dapping you up. What's up? What's up? My name is this or whatever. Yo, I saw this one girl struggling with the squat. She was fighting for her life. No one came to save her. Everyone could see it, me included. But I was like, nope, that's not happening to me. I'm all right, just chilling here in my corner. And I looked around to the other guys, and everyone looked at each other like, oh, we're all seeing this, and none of us is going to do anything. Everyone just turned around like, nah, we're good. We're good. Yes, she was hot. Remake Station. She was hot as hell, but she was kind of dressed like she didn't want to be dressed at the gym. Like she'd rather be naked. That's kind of how she was dressed, and no one went to save her. She had to like drop, and she was unlucky because the gym's kind of big, and none of the trainers like that work at the gym were close by. She had to drop the barbell awkwardly, and it fell like behind her, and everyone just turned away and just kept it pushing. Literally, just kept it pushing with the weights. So I can attest to this. This is real. This is not like a meme, and she's trying to get attention. I can believe that happened. I can believe it. All right, let's move on. What do we have? Oh, we have another video. Oh my goodness, this. Whew. And this one I want Taya to go in first because Taya is more forgiving when it comes to PlayStation stuff. Let's see what you think about Xbox stuff.
And I don't care who it is. You meet somebody.
James Act said they're upset because not everyone likes them. Ha 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 ha. Beef. All right, let's rewind this. So here we had Colt Eastwood, Randall Thor, and Fonz. Let's go.
And I don't care who it is. You meet somebody. It's a cool moment to meet somebody that likes the same thing as you. Jeff couldn't give a flying fudge meeting me in person in 2022. He knows.
I'm guessing that's Jeff Keighley.
Yeah. I'm Colt Eastwood. I'm this guy who makes YouTube videos. Some people watch my crap, whatever.
Does he know, though? Are we sure that Jeff Keighley knows who Colt Eastwood is?
Jeff Keighley doesn't give a crap, I can tell you now.
Sorry?
Jeff Keighley doesn't care who Colt Eastwood is.
No. I'm not talking about caring. I'm talking about knowing.
That's the thing. Aware. You'll never know. Jeff Keighley will only know you if you are a name in the business. If you're not a name in the business, he doesn't care. He's very, very, very business. He's very. If you've ever watched any of his interviews, he's very straightforward like that. Like, if you're not a David Jaffe, why does he care who you are? in the gaming business. If you're not a name, he doesn't care. He really is like that. Like I'm surprised Colt is shocked at this.
All right, let's watch the rest of it.
Watch my crap, whatever. I'm not expecting anything other than for him to be a decent mother effing human being and say, "Oh, hi, Colt. Nice to meet you. Oh, you like the Summer Games Fest? Oh, thanks." Because I said, "Hey, really enjoyed the show. The stage looked phenomenal. That screen on the floor, that is so cool. You guys put on a great show." And he's like, and he's on his phone flipping through freaking Instagram. And I'm like, okay, Jeff's one of those guys. He's looking around for someone more important to talk to. Dude, you got all night. I took 1 minute of your time, okay?
Yeah, he has been a jerk since then.
I don't know. I've always liked him, but, you know.
Who's a jerk now?
Jeff Keighley's been a jerk since G4 days, says this guy, but I don't know.
After this weekend, I saw it, bro. I saw his demeanor and stuff. He looks like an uppity jerk.
There's another prominent person in the media that has been up on Xbox podcasts, been in front of, interviewed Phil and Todd Howard and all these people that didn't take a moment to say, "Hi, Colt. Yeah, no, appreciate that. Oh, glad you watched the stuff. Nice to meet you." And give me just a minute.
Ty.
Yeah.
Colt sounds very upset. Thoughts?
Yeah. So, the first thing I'll say is, I mean, I don't think Jeff knows who he is. That's first, and that's not me taking a shot at Colt. I think he has 160,000+ subscribers. That's a lot. But Jeff doesn't know you. More than likely,
Jeff is friends with Kojima, dude.
Yeah, like this, he knows Phil Spencer. He knows he does he knows the generals. He doesn't know the soldiers.
And he's from a super wealthy family. He's like people like really think he's not like the normal dude next door. This is a guy that's always lived.
This is a guy who was, he was on Fox News, talking about video games. Like, he's well known in the industry. Like, he doesn't know YouTubers like that. That's the first thing. The second thing I'll say is, apart from knowing, he needs to be careful. Like, I'm talking about Jeff, who he engages with. He doesn't want to engage with console fanboys who are going to attack him in the future when they don't do things. And you never know. He might not know you per se, but he might think you're part of this group of people who was talking crap about me at the Game Awards, saying you didn't support developers, whatever it is. So he's like, I'm not just going to interact with anybody, because you might be the guy be like, yeah, I talked to him, I said this and that. He doesn't want that kind of story going out anyway. So that's that. And I think the third thing is, I think with the Xbox community, they're also friendly and nice. And I think the Xbox brand itself, like Phil, Sarah, they've kind of given this like kind of illusion that we can all interact with each other. Like, we're all cool or whatever it is. But when you step outside of that Xbox space, you ain't going to get that. You ain't get that with PlayStation. You ain't get that with Nintendo. You ain't get that with all these other media heads. So I think the last point I'll say is this: he can feel this way. I might even feel this way too. I just wouldn't be saying this on his podcast. I think that's the mistake, to kind of express it this way. It seems a bit. It comes across as entitled, that you feel like this guy needs to know who you are, number one, and you feel like you need to know who I am, and the fact that you didn't recognize me is pissing me off. I think that's the real tragic part here. The fact that he's actually voicing that out. Nah, this clip shouldn't have happened.
Oshas, go ahead.
So I'm gonna post something on the chat. I think a lot of people have forgotten about the Jeff Keighley Angry Joe incident from back in the day. I mean, Angry Joe hates till this day. Like I don't know if he still hates Jeff Keighley, but back in the day when Jeff Keighley first started the Game Awards and was hosting the Game Awards, he had a fallout with Joe for that exact same reason, because Jeff Keighley doesn't care about YouTubers. He's never cared about a YouTuber. If he doesn't know, if you are not a company that is doing business with Jeff Keighley, or you are a prominent name in the gaming industry, he does not give a shit about you. And at that time, Angry Joe was one of the biggest up-and-coming YouTubers when this whole thing that's become a norm today with Colt Eastwood and all these people was still super new. He was one of those first generation of dudes that really made internet podcasting, gaming podcasting, put it on the map. And your boy, Jeff Keighley, just didn't even give him the time of day. He just didn't have the time for it. And your boy did a whole freaking thing. I'm going to post the video in the chat where he went and he on an angry rant about Jeff Keighley, and he boycotted the Game Awards for the last like 5 years, where every single time epic fail, he's gonna have a huge Angry Joe sort of like rant about the Game Awards. He's always done that up until recently. So my point being, like, Colt Eastwood isn't even close to being Angry Joe level of legendary in the space, and Angry Joe knows very well what the sort of treatment that you get from a guy like Keighley. So Keighley has always been like this. This is nothing new. So I'm surprised Colt is acting like I think a lot of these Xbox guys. I'm sorry, like I used to be in this community, and I think a lot of these Xbox guys have gotten really big heads about who they are. Like, no, I really think they've got like they really think like they really feel that they are some sort of like celebrity level.
Well, it's
I don't know
like what I said. It's the surroundings, right? Because who's Jeff Keighley, right? But who's Phil Spencer? He's the head. He's the CEO of Xbox. But Colt would be able to talk to Phil Spencer. Colt will be able to talk to Matt Booty and all these guys. He can talk to people who are bigger.
So he feels like Jeff is under them. So
yeah. But
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. The
Xbox
community has given him this kind of false sense of like importance. And I'm not saying he's not important to the Xbox community. It's just only to that community. As soon as you step out, they don't care about you. They don't know you. End of story.
And to your point, I really think, and I think now they've dialed that back because they've been radio silent with a lot of these communities.
I've been hoping that they dialed that back for a long time now.
Because I'm glad because of the fact that. And what led up to this is the backlash of Xbox just deciding to change
third party,
or fourth and party. Then all of a sudden,
they've been third party a while
for a long time.
You don't have to respond to these fanatics. Like it's a joke. Like I always say, is like, listen, Xbox needs to start acting like they're actually a proper company in a sense, because Nintendo don't do this, PlayStation don't do this. So what? Like if Nintendo closed down a studio and PlayStation closed down a studio. They don't have to come out and be like, "Oh, we're so sorry, this and this happened." Like, why does Xbox have to do it? It's a joke
because they've created that precedent. They've created that I'm a good guy. It's all that Phil Spencer bullshit of like I'm a good guy executive. There's nothing like a good guy executive. When you get hired as an executive, you're the guy that makes the hard decisions to fire people, to merge departments. You're the EA guy. That's what you do. Like the Phil Spencer is the worst person to think is your best friend. Sorry, Tim Dog, but he's not your friend. That's an executive that's there to do a very, very high level, difficult job.
I think we're even getting a better a better Xbox now. Not that they're taking a step back, and also because I think Microsoft is kind of keeping an eye on them, or maybe like shoring up their faults. I think we're going to get a better Xbox, and I would hope that they don't start this talking stuff again. Stop talking to these people. Stop tweeting them. Stop being friends with them. Like, stop it. Like, there needs to be a separation of.
And Taye, I love these guys. I love King. I love they were all there they were there during the whole Xbox conference and whatever, taking pictures with Sarah Bond and Aaron Greenberg, and I'm like, guys, stop doing this. Like, to me, can we stop doing this stuff? Because I don't trust you. The moment you're busy taking photos with the corporate thing. Like how am I going to trust anything you say about Xbox going forward?
Good point.
Like I really want them to stop that shit. Like, to me, it's played out. We've seen that it leads to nothing. It leads to empty promises for the player base. So stop pretending like Xbox cares, or Xbox is a corporate, their organization. They're all about making sure that they meet their financial responsibilities to their shareholders. They don't care about your feelings as a fanboy. And I think Colt and them need to also get off that train of like pretending that that's the case. And
it made sense for Xbox to do what they did at the start, and then you had the fans to be on the side and to kind of get that goodwill. Now that you got $70 billion acquisition,
bro,
like, you need to do business now.
Exactly. It doesn't matter. Like, why do you care about like but the 1%, 5% of the audience or that you're targeting? Because they're targeting the PC and mobile business. I don't give a fuck about console gamers. Like, what is that? Like, that's nothing.
Yeah, like, I mean, it says a lot with the acquisition of ABK. As soon as when that deal was announced, my first step is, this is not a console play.
No, it's PC, not. Like, it's got like console is nothing. It's nothing in the greater scheme. The only thing that ropes in console is Call of Duty. And that's the only talking point when it comes to console. And I don't know even if that's gonna move the needle for Game Pass. This is what we're gonna see. If Call of Duty on Game Pass cannot outsell PlayStation, if Call of Duty doesn't do better numbers or do in terms of player numbers, I don't care how they measure this, but if Call of Duty does not do better numbers now that it's on Game Pass and push console sales for the Xbox, then the brand is truly lost. Like then Xbox is fucked hardware. They should just quit hardware and they should just do software.
They're still making money, dude. They're still making good.
No, like what
was last week or something? The Xbox division made more than Office. Office that's installed on everyone's computer.
But that's software though. That's software though. Like when they say that the Xbox division made that sort of money, they're looking at Activision, they're looking at Bethesda. It's mostly gonna come from software, not hardware. So and my point is then like Xbox already wants, they're really not that interested in hardware anyway. So why the freaking hell just keep this box like, and again, especially if you're gonna make all your games available. No, this is the thing.
It's not nothing.
No, it's not nothing. But this is the thing. If all your Xbox players are gonna immigrate or migrate to, let's say, when the PlayStation, because you're not gonna release a Xbox Pro, PlayStation is releasing a PlayStation 5 Pro. If all your gamers are gonna move to the next PlayStation and you're not offering them a better solution for let's say exclusive games, you're not offering anything exclusive on your platform, which we don't know yet. I get it that they've not said anything.
Are you serious? Did you not watch the gaming showcase?
Yeah.
Are you serious right now?
About what?
You're not offering incentive for people to stay on Xbox.
Like,
are you insane?
Very simple. Okay, fine. So I have a PC, right? I'm getting all those games. If I have Game Pass, I'm getting all those games.
I'm not. Oshus, I'm not. There's no PC Game Pass in Mozambique.
But you have an Xbox already.
Yes.
So, like, my thing is, if I have a PC, there's no incentive for me to get those games on an Xbox exclusively, especially if I'm already on that platform. And if I'm on PlayStation 5, there's no incentive for me to get any of those games on Xbox if they are going to come to PlayStation anyway. Unless, of course, you're saying
Game Pass? Game Pass?
What about Game Pass?
It doesn't mean anything.
Okay, explain what do you mean by it doesn't
Game Pass
mean
doesn't sell consoles, right?
Full price to get Doom.
But like, I mean, Game Pass is not. Taya is right.
Duty.
Like, Game Pass has not sold consoles to this day.
It's not even about that. Like Game Pass, just as the whole idea of Game Pass is it's an addition, right? It doesn't sell consoles.
And
you
on
can't
top of
tell
that,
me. You can't tell me that hey, listen.
Oshus's point, Taye, is that Microsoft is not giving an incentive to the current install base to continue to invest in Microsoft.
No, it's not giving.
I disagree with that.
No, not to the current install. If you've already got an Xbox, then you're not losing anything. Keeping your Xbox if you've got Game Pass. What I'm saying is that for new, because they don't need you, Loke. They already have you if you have the box. They need new people to buy the box, which is what they're not selling. They're not selling new people buying the box because they're saying we'll put our games on PlayStation. No, they're saying we'll put our games on PlayStation anyway. So why buy an Xbox?
Because of Game Pass. I feel like we're running around in circles.
No,
like, why?
I'm saying Game Pass doesn't sell consoles.
It doesn't. I mean, if that was the case,
because you need to take things from people to convert them to come to you, right? So, for example, if my friends have a place, like let's be real here, a lot of us have the money to buy what we want to buy. And if you're a PlayStation, I don't know any PlayStation gamer that's going to buy Call of Duty and say, I'm going to go buy an Xbox because of Game Pass so I can subscribe to that service instead. You ain't leaving your whole ecosystem behind, or you ain't getting an additional box just to do that. You're going to spend a $300, $400 console just to subscribe to a service. $500 they subscribe to a service that is like what, $10 a month, $12 a month. You're not doing that. These people have we all have money.
I can see it happening. I can see it happening. Why?
It will happen, but not to the level.
Let me tell you why it'll happen. Let me tell you why it'll happen. Because at the end of the day, although we are all passionate about this passion that we have for gaming, welcome in, Mr. Inferno Games. Although we're passionate about this passion that we have, right? At the end of the day, the majority of people want the lowest barrier of entry to what they're doing. So me, you, and you, Tai, we're here because we're like hardcore gamers. Most people are not willing to every single year shell out $100 or $50 or $70 to buy FIFA all the time, to buy Madden or whatever. So if you give them an out, so they don't have to do it, people are going to take that out. And the majority of COD players, at least that's what came up with the FTC ruling, the majority of COD players just play COD. The majority of Madden players just play Madden. The majority of FIFA players just play FIFA. So what you're going to do, when you talk about you're going to leave your whole library and then go to another platform, yes, because all Activision games, including all of the Call of Duty games, are now on Xbox. And they're now on Game Pass. So when you subscribe for Call of Duty 2028, right, whatever it's going to be called, you're not just getting that. You're going to get everything else that you apparently left behind. And we keep talking about financial collapse, people losing jobs and whatever. It matters. It matters that Microsoft is providing a very low bar of entry versus the premium experience that Sony offers. I'm not saying that what Sony offers is not as good or better. What I'm saying is it's cheaper on the Microsoft side. And a lot of people, which is why AliExpress and Amazon make a lot of money, a lot of people, most people will go for the cheaper option.
And all I'm saying, Luke, that has not worked this far. Like Sony's running
yes.
Sony's running circles like the Xbox One did well against the PS4 if you compare it to the fucking Series X and S. That fucking like Sony's literally just like they're running, you know, like when you're winning and then you run and you turn and you sprint and you look at the guy from that's what they're doing around Xbox.
In reverse.
Like Game Pass has failed, and again, maybe Call of Duty will change that, but historically,
I wouldn't say
Game Pass has not failed as a platform. It's failed to sell consoles.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the second thing that Microsoft and Phil Spencer and them keep saying, and they keep talking about this pie in the sky audience.
Phil Spencer with so much venom. Jeez. What did this guy do to you, brother?
Don't get me started. So, like, if you look at this pie in the sky market that they keep talking about, this audience, this modern general audience that they're trying to attract, none of those people care about Xbox on PC. The Xbox, look at the numbers, the Game Pass numbers on PC for Xbox. It's not that much. Not a lot of people are buying their games from Game Pass or playing their games on Game Pass. They would rather go buy them on a platform where you can get it for free. People would rather go buy Starfield on Steam than play it on Game Pass. That tells you something about the service that you're offering.
No. Hold on. If the fact that I can't access Game Pass on my PC is indicative of anything, then we have to assume that all those other extra areas around the planet, 100 plus, there's no Game Pass on PC in Mozambique.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So all these countries, like when you open your Xbox today, check the list of countries. You can pick a country after you start the console.
Yeah. Is this
all
on PC
the countries that are not included in that list, that tiny ass motherfucking list that assumes that South Africa is the only country in Africa, right? All of those other countries are excluded. Just like that. Excluded. You're out.
But then that's a Microsoft decision again.
Let me finish. So when you take into consideration why people are opting for buying Starfield on Steam versus playing it on Game Pass, it's important to note that a lot of people don't even have access to Game Pass in their region. You can download the app, but as soon as you open Game Pass, it says your region is not supported.
No, and that's fair enough.
Some breaks there. Let's pump some brakes there.
No, that's fair enough. But my point still stands. The fact that your app is not as popular.
Defending Xbox.
Yeah, but it tells me that Game Pass is not as accessible or as popular as you think it is on PC. So you're still not selling or moving massive numbers.
PC, it's not.
And my thing is PC is the perfect case study because people can buy the game or they can play it on your platform that's free for a subscription. They choose to buy the game. So you think you're gonna outsell Sony, who have other exclusives, and you're putting all your shit on Sony's platform anyway? You think you're gonna outsell them? If I can still get or buy, if the only console I can get is a PlayStation 5, and I can play all Sony's exclusives and still get your stuff for $70. If I wait, maybe I'll get it for $49 on sale. Doesn't matter. But the bottom line is that I don't think it's gonna move the needle for Xbox. I don't think Call of Duty is gonna change for hardware at all.
Before Tyre hops in here, I just want to respond to Mr. Inferno Games real quick. It says, we're assuming everything is coming to PlayStation. I doubt that. Mr. Inferno Games, the big mistake that Microsoft made was putting games on PlayStation. As soon as they did that, like, all credibility is out the window. Like, now everyone's just waiting for the rest of it to go to PlayStation. Whether they announce it or not, everyone just assumes, oh no, it's coming to PlayStation. Why? Because of my favorite quote: past performance informs future results. What did you do in the recent past? You're putting your games on PlayStation, you're putting your games on Nintendo. So cool. I'll just wait.
And Phil doubled down.
Doom is definitely coming to PlayStation.
Phil doubled down
coming to PlayStation. It's all coming to PlayStation. The whole slate. Like my guy Sumo says, the whole slate, it's all coming to PlayStation.
And Phil doubled down. He made it clear.
It's just confusing messaging. It's confused messaging, and no one likes confused messages. Taye, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think remake Station 5 when he says consoles are just one place to sell Game Pass. Yeah, I don't think I don't think okay, first of all, let's start again. I don't believe Call of Duty is going to sell many Xboxes. I think if we were at the start of the gen, Microsoft had the marketing rights, and people who wanted to buy next gen, like, so I could talk to, let's say, my casual friend, and he might say, "Oh, Call of Duty is on, Game Pass, and it's Xbox. Okay, I'll get it." With the marketing as well, I think that works. So I think for a new gen, Call of Duty will have a bigger impact. However, halfway through the gen, I don't see many people migrating over, not as much as Xbox would want.
So you think people are going to jump ship next gen?
No, not really. I think you would have had more people converting over or buying Xbox because they would have had the marketing rights, right? And it would have been next gen Call of Duty on Xbox with Game Pass with the marketing. That's a better sell than, well, I've been playing Call of Duty on this PlayStation 5 with my friends already, and I'm told the next one's gonna be on PlayStation 5. I think those ones, those guys still buy it on PlayStation 5. No one's converting for Game Pass. But when you have to make a decision to get a new console, then you look at COD, you look at, Indiana Jones, you got all these offers about Game Pass, and then you might make that decision. So it's an effect of multiple different games changing your mind to buy that console. But already halfway through, I don't think that's going to happen, especially in Europe. That's not going to fly at all. I think Game Pass PC is going to grow larger than Game Pass console. I think that's like the best avenue. And I also believe if Microsoft works with Steam in some way to incorporate Game Pass into Steam, then yeah, I think you're gonna have a better shot. I think that's actually the best avenue. Consoles right now isn't really gonna do it because the idea of getting Call of Duty on a subscription service, some people will jump. You're right, but I think most people are gonna be happy where they're playing at. If you want people to leave and get your platform, you got to take it away. It's the reason why when Starfield launched, it broke records. You could only I know people who bought an Xbox because of Starfield. They're like, as soon as Bethesda was bought, they were like, might as well.
My boss,
they bought it
my boss, who's not a gamer,
mm-hmm.
who came to me and was like, "Dude, what is Starfield?" And then I explained it to him, and he's like, "It looks so nice, but I can't find it on my PlayStation." I was like, "This is gonna be tough. I need you to sit down. We need to have a conversation. Have this coffee and a muffin.
Yeah.
You want a muffin? Cool. It's not on PlayStation." He was like, "What?" Like, yeah. You have to get a PlayStation. So you have to get an Xbox. He went out and got one.
So if I look at the numbers, and there's no official numbers, of course, from Xbox, but if I look at the numbers, I think what everybody's reporting is around 15 million Game Pass subscribers on PC, which would mean that there's about 25 million on console. I look at those, like, what will change? What will make people wanna? I don't know. Like, if people already sit, like they on PC, I know that I buy my games on Steam. On console, I know that my choice is PlayStation. The only thing, and again, this is what Xbox does all the time. They have the fucking perfect game plan to win, and they always just fucking, for some reason, they have to go fuck it up. You have all these games. If you said all these games are just exclusive to my fucking console, you're not gonna get them anyway. I promise you, it would change the entire narrative around the Xbox console in terms of like moving those things. And then you say, okay, cool, you know what? Then I'll put them on PC, but you'll never see them on PlayStation. I promise you that would change that would move the needle. It's the same thing that changed things going from the Xbox 360, PS3 era, going to the PS4 era. It's saying, I've got experiences for you that you can't get anywhere else, and they'll be better than anything. You show off all these games and you say, well, potentially. Phil Spencer himself goes on to say, well, potentially we'll put these on every other platform. And I'm like, you fucking idiot. Like, do you understand that you don't want to, like, my thing is with Xbox, they don't want to destroy Sony. They want to take care of Sony as long as Sony's around. All they've done is just said, you know what, sooner or later, if you're a PlayStation gamer, you'll get these games. That's what we're saying to you. As an Xbox gamer, sorry, go ahead.
I agree with Phil Spencer, though. I think he's spot on. And I think he's not saying this because he's, he likes PlayStation. I think he's saying this because he's seen the numbers. I think what was the big okay, we already know the industry is kind of contracting, right? So everyone's doing things they don't want to do. So people are letting people go. They're closing our studios. We're seeing Sony first place. Sony put their games on PC, put the game on the Nintendo Switch. So first place is having to embrace other marketplaces. What does third place do? They have to go further and extreme.
They don't.
They do.
No.
Why?
Okay. Hold on. First off, although Sony is running circles around Microsoft in terms of
they're not
sales,
first place.
They're not doing a good job with profits. It's not working.
They're not first place. First place is Nintendo.
When it comes to profits, it's Nintendo, then Microsoft, then PlayStation. So you can make all the money in the world.
Wait, are you saying Xbox is more profitable?
Yes.
I saw something about this before, but I didn't get that confirmation.
So this is the problem. Like, Xbox is still losing a lot of money from hardware.
Profits.
So
they're winning. It's wild.
I don't think so. I didn't see I heard this report, but it wasn't verified.
What's
I don't think they are. I heard this report. I heard this report that Xbox might be making more money.
What's the report?
They're making profits. Like
they
have more profits than PlayStation.
Not sales.
No.
Profits.
The only thing I know, no. I don't think. I actually think that's false.
Yeah,
I think PlayStation is more profitable. The only thing is, in terms of actual revenue, Xbox is bigger, but it's not more profitable. They're making more. No, they're not.
Revenue is PlayStation, dude.
No, PlayStation is way more profitable than Xbox.
We'll do this on Sunday next week,
like,
and I'll
the thing. This is the thing, dude. Like, and it makes it difficult when you include Activision and Blizzard. But bottom line is, I still
want to live in a world where it's like, let's not include Activision, Blizzard, and then the numbers will magically make sense.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying I believe Sony's still more profitable.
Let's remove Mbappe from Real Madrid. And
let's
then,
get all the facts
right,
before we have this
they might not win every single game. Bro,
no. That's not what I'm saying.
With it. It has happened. It is over. All right.
No.
Anyway,
but bottom line, but my bottom line is this: that Sony will always rule in terms of like the traditional console market, and Nintendo will rule console gaming in general, simply because of the fact that they have exclusive IP. And what Microsoft is doing, it's a very chancy, it's a great strategy.
I think we give too much credit to Nintendo, but go ahead.
But okay, and I want to have I want to have one day this debate. Why? Because they've earned it. Like no one has earned the credibility that Nintendo has earned.
Because Nintendo's 2 for 5, right? If you think about it, in the last 5, in the last 5 generations, they've had 2 successive consoles. That's the Wii and that's the Nintendo Switch.
Yes.
3 consoles. But GameCube was a flop to them.
Yes.
N64 didn't sell as well, disappointment.
It did not,
and the Wii U. So that's 2 console generations out of 5 that they failed. So why do we give them so much grace?
But like that's 2 consoles. You counting from
when they win, when they hit it. When they hit it,
look,
fucking hit it.
You know what I mean? Look, like Menace only counting.
When Xbox hits it, it's 360. That was pretty.
And
great.
They didn't even win. Great. They still came out third.
When Nintendo wins, it's like, dude, no one is ever going to get these numbers again.
Who's won the most console wars? Taya, who's won the most console wars?
Nintendo.
Exactly. Yeah, you just counted from the last 20 years. You're just counting from when PlayStation was involved.
Who
Nintendo?
Won? Yeah, because the difference is when competition comes to play, you have to.
Sega was competition. They pummeled Sonic to the ground.
No. The person who wiped out Sega was PlayStation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So PlayStation came in. PlayStation 1 won that. PlayStation 2 won that. PS3 won that. PS4 won that. PS5 is winning that. If you want to count the Wii as a winning, if you want to count the Wii as a console
we beat PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. Go look at the sale. The numbers don't lie. Jay-Z said the numbers don't lie. We crushed PlayStation and Xbox 360 with Wii Tennis.
Just back up. You're too close to your camera. Back the fuck up, bro. You were too interested in this one. Now we know you're a Nintendo guy.
So I love Nintendo. Is my primary passion.
Yeah, no, listen.
Who won the first console war? NES. Who won the second console war?
Nintendo
Super
with the
Nintendo.
Nintendo with the Wii, 100% right. Nintendo with the Switch. However, if we look at recent trends, what is making you say this? Just the Switch. Okay, but they had the Wii.
Switch, Game Boy.
Hold on. They had the Wii, then they had the sequel, which flopped, right?
One console after a generation.
It's all like 17 million. Do you know how bad that is?
It did. Okay.
It was terrible. Enough. And then you have the Switch. And my only argument here with the Switch is people tell me Nintendo games sell consoles, but they didn't sell it for the N64. They didn't sell it for the GameCube.
Why? Let's go back to the N64 because I was very involved in that war.
Okay, sure.
Why
you were involved in the war?
Okay, I was a proper console warrior during the N64 era, and I was very anti-PlayStation. And the main reason is because of the fact that Final Fantasy VII is one of the first things. They really doubled down. Nintendo at that point in time was so hated by other developers or publishers because of the fact that they had such strict policies in terms of how you could market and release your games, and the fact that they were using cartridges. Sony said, we have this new fantastic medium called CD-ROMs where you can store all this shit, half the work, and it's half the price, and means that your game will sell more. And Nintendo's like, nope, we're sticking to cartridges. And they lost that terribly. Like a lot of people, and the main franchise at that time, which was super big, was Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy VI was one of the greatest, the most acclaimed games at that time, and Final Fantasy VII was then announced for PlayStation PlayStation 1.
I don't even think it was.
And then that destroyed.
I don't think it was even that, because if you look at those games that were selling like crazy, you had Ridge Racer doing pretty well, you had Crash Bandicoot, and you had like even the Raymans, obviously Final Fantasy, you had Metal Gear Solid,
but those came later. A lot of those franchises came later.
The bolstered PlayStation success,
and then but like this is the main difference between the N64 and the PlayStation 1. The N64 had like in a year you'd get 4 N64 games. You're lucky, maybe 3. And then you get 25 PlayStation games or 30 games in the same year, because of the fact that CDs were cheaper to produce and you could make more games and you could publish more games on PlayStation. Nintendo made really bad. They killed the N64 out the gate. Same with Sega with the Saturn. And then Sony came in. Sony came in and I give respect to Sony for they've been consistent even more than Nintendo in the gaming industry.
But this is my point, right? Because Nintendo, regardless of all these things, their games wasn't enough to supplement.
No, they weren't.
It wasn't enough.
No.
So when people tell me like, no, Nintendo games will always do this, is like, well,
no, they were not.
For the N64, GameCube, Wii U, they didn't do none of these things. So when Nintendo makes bad decisions, or when they have to compete, they lose.
So this is what I'll tell you about Nintendo, and I actually had to go look at this because I didn't understand why the N64.
Last point.
Sorry, look.
We have to go.
Okay.
Yeah. So
we're having a little too much fun. All right, Taya, you need to come in earlier next time.
Yeah, I was on a Mass Effect podcast with a guy. Go ahead.
So, like, if I go back to historically to that time, I look at the N64, I look at the GameCube, which in my opinion is one of the greatest consoles ever made.
Best console ever made.
It's so good. And then I look
the best.
And I look at the Wii. The problem with Nintendo, or the problem I think, or the reason why Nintendo is so successful now and wasn't back then, is that a lot of the people that grew up with Nintendo really sort of like loved Nintendo so much that even during those times they didn't have kids, they didn't have, they wanted the coolest thing. Like when PlayStation was hitting, a lot of those people who grew up with Nintendo wanted the coolest thing. But as they got children, they sort of figured that, wow, I grew up with Nintendo games, I want my kids to have Nintendo games. And I feel that that is what's made the Wii and even the Switch so successful, is that a lot of those people are parents that are buying games for their kids, and the best games that you can buy for your kids is Nintendo games because they're wholesome. There's nothing nefarious or funny with them, and I feel that that's what's got to do with a lot of Nintendo's success. Otherwise, they would have never been able to beat Sony even now. Because
I would say I agree, but I think materially, no, that's not the reason why. The Wii was a success because of its motion controls and the fact that it was so cheap. It became the family kind of console. It didn't have any
family.
Yeah. But if the Wii was just a GameCube controller, it would not have sold. It had to be the controller. The motion control was what sold it.
100%. I agree.
So it was a gimmick.
That started.
The gimmick didn't work. And then when the gimmick didn't work, the Wii U flopped. And then the reason why they switched, my question when I look at Nintendo, I always say this to myself here: what is the Nintendo fans? What is the fans that like handhelds in general? What are the fans who like a new type of? Go ahead.
But the one thing you have to understand though about Nintendo is that Nintendo's always been a handheld first company, and the secret sauce to Nintendo, aside from because they had a fading success with the Wii, with the motion controls. I agree with you. But where they realized where their strengths are is with the portable. And what they did is they said, you know what, instead of making a console, let's make a portable /console. And that way we combine both our strengths. And mind you, the Game Boy has been undefeated, or the Game Boy line of consoles has been undefeated since 1989. Since the Game Boy came out, no one has ever made a better selling handheld. So for them to combine the two was the most genius thing they could have ever done.
It was a genius plan, but I don't think it strikes. Like I think Nintendo probably I think the Switch is around 165 million sold. I think the Switch 2 probably goes around 90 to 120 million sold. And the reason why is because the same thing is not going to happen again. I'll give you an example. My friend's girlfriend bought the Switch 2 because it's a Switch 2. It's handheld, or it's a new device. She's not buying the Switch 2.
You mean the Wii U? You mean the Wii U?
No, sorry. She bought the Switch.
No, she bought the Switch. She's not gonna buy the Switch.
She's not gonna buy the Switch 2. A lot of people, the Switch 2 is kind of like the Oculus, the Quest, right? VR, it's cool, new thing. Let's buy it, and you buy it, but then you don't really do much with it. These people that I know, they're not really buying the Switch 2 because the novelty is gone.
No, Mario's
novelty never goes away.
Mario
never goes away.
Mario and Zelda wasn't enough to sell the GameCube.
Donkey Kong, no, but like no. But you have to understand that is when Donkey Kong was trying to compete against Snake, Resident Evil, was trying to compete against Soul Calibur. None of those games were Nintendo. Like a lot of the big games that were, Sony created an entire.
Wait, quick question. In 2023, Diablo 4, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Baldur's, like what amazing Star Wars Survivor, what amazing games came on Nintendo platform.
And
it's
this
the same story again.
No, but this is exactly my point to you, Taye, is that Nintendo went and they literally said to themselves, you know what? We are going to create a situation where we just focus on our target market. In other words, they're not trying to attract people that play Metal Gear Solid or people that play Resident Evil or any big games like Assassin's Creed or any. We are going to attract people that want to play Nintendo games. And the only thing I can think of that has made Nintendo so relevant is, again, going back to what I said, a lot of parents who grew up with Nintendo from the NES and the Super Nintendo days, they all parents now, and they looking at these choices being given. Like, I want a game on PlayStation, fine, but I want my kid to have a Switch.
Okay, well, quick question then. There's 164 million Switches sold. How many of those are hardcore Nintendo fans that will buy the next one? Or how many of those are actually casuals who just bought it because it's a cool handheld? Because the way you're saying it, you're making it seem like all those people are going to get a Switch 2 again. With the same conversation happened with the Wii.
I think more people.
I think why didn't they get the Wii U?
More people.
Yes.
Dude,
can I tell you why? Can I tell you why?
Like me that missed the train. I missed the train on the Switch, and right now I'm just waiting for the next Switch to come out.
I'll say this. I agree with you.
Nintendo's unbeatable. Nintendo will.
But hold on. There's
be
there's two questions here, right? There's how many handheld fans are Nintendo fans?
Yeah.
Because you can just
because when Xbox comes out with a handheld and PlayStation comes out with a handheld, what happens? They have to compete again, right? We had this with the PSP.
No one has ever beaten.
Hold on, but you don't have to beat them. You don't have to beat them. You just have to hurt them because with the PSP the PSP sold 80 million copies, right?
What happened to
Can you hear me?
But
we lost you for a second.
Yeah, I said the PSP sold 80 million copies, which means there's a significant portion of handheld fans who actually just want a console that's handheld. Like, that's great. So what happens when the PS Vita comes out?
Okay, yeah. Who's Nintendo's number one competitor who could have beaten them long time ago? Who are also taunted as the biggest? No, not Steam Deck. Steam Deck
Sony?
Could never even. No, it's not.
Handheld Sega.
Where are all the majority of gaming sales coming from today?
Mobile.
Exactly. How is it that Nintendo can exist in a world where mobile cheap games exist and Nintendo can still sell you cartridges that cost $50 to $60 and people will buy those? 100 and how many Switches do we have? 160 something million? People are still willing to buy those overpriced pieces of plastic that Nintendo sells to play Legend of Zelda, where they can play a similar game on the mobile. This was going
to be my second point. Mobile is going to start hurting them a lot more.
They will, like, if mobile could not touch Nintendo in the beginning of the Switch era, they haven't. Genshin Impact does not affect Nintendo. Like, Clash of Clans does not affect Nintendo. What is this game that Microsoft bought? The fucking puzzle. No. King, the game that King makes.
Candy Crush.
Candy Crush. It does not affect Nintendo's bottom line. More than ever, people just love Nintendo for being Nintendo. Mario is the most powerful gaming icon of all time.
But I'm going to ask again, why now? Why not N64? Why not GameCube? Why not Wii U?
Because
emphasizing
let's go back there. Let's look at the audience. Can I tell you why? Because
we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that.
That's a quick one.
Fun, fellas.
That's a quick one. Fun. Please.
Ushers, you're going to respond. Then he's going to respond. Then you're going to respond.
No. I'll give him the last word. I'll give him the last word. Go for it.
Sure?
You have the last word. Yeah, last word. No response.
All I wanted to say is that if you go back to that time,
console gaming was the only primary form of gaming, and Sony was so good at doing it, nobody could match them. Today, you're in a situation where mobile gaming, PC, like there's so many variants of gaming. Gaming has matured so much. However, a lot of the people that grew up with gaming, at the core of that is Nintendo for them, and they will always love Nintendo. There's nothing else that makes Nintendo relevant than just Mario, like how people feel about Mario. Look at how good that movie
this man
did.
is out here blaming nostalgia. All right.
That's all it is.
Gotcha,
That's all it.
All right. Taye, please tell everyone where they can find you, what you're up to, etc., etc.
You can find me on Taye Talks. I just released a trailer for a focused, just ready for Mass Effect content in terms of what happens in Mass Effect 4. I think I told you about it before, Loke.
Yeah.
But the video itself was quite long, so I focused on the quarries for the first part, and that's gonna probably release maybe on Monday or Tuesday once I get the thumbnail right. So that'll be my next video. That's Taye Talks, TAYETALKS. Thanks.
Taye Talks. All right, Oshus, please tell everyone where they can find you, what you're up to, etc., etc.
You're on mute.
You're muted.
My bad. It's a public holiday here in my country tomorrow, so I'm having a bit of fun. So you can find me on Xbox Players South Africa, the biggest Xbox community in South Africa. I'm a moderator / admin there, and aside from that, I'm on all these other platforms, but I really don't do anything particularly related to gaming. So I'm on Twitter as Osha7 or Oz the Wiz, and all other platforms. If you search Oshus, I'm the only Oshus in the world, so you will always find me.
All right. Good times. Woo! I just subscribed to your YouTube channel, Taye.
Gracias.
Looks good.
Taye, I want to follow your channel, bro. Like, what? Let's see.
Taye Talks.
Taye Talks. I'm searching.
Yeah. All right. So our weekly schedule is as follows. Sundays is for Loke's Gaming Log. This is a podcast where I decompress from the week in gaming at 2000 hours. Unfortunately, there wasn't much decompressing. It was a pressure-filled show this week. We'll see next week. Mondays are for the crossover at 2:30 p.m. Eastern, where Ham Solo and K-Mega discuss Xbox-related stuff. Tuesdays, me and Ham Solo duke it out in a quick-fire discussion centering on video game news on the lowdown at 5 p.m. Eastern. Wednesdays, we're off on TSWS Gaming, but Ham Solo does feature on Matt Likes Games channel for the two-player podcast at 4 p.m. Eastern on Matt Likes Game channel. Thursdays are headlined by Behind Them Sticks at 8 p.m. Eastern, where Ham Solo introduces people in and around gaming that you may or may not know to try and positively bring people together. Fridays is the big hangout with Coined as Bullsitting, featuring Cozy Beluga, Matt Likes Games, Ham Solo, myself, Mental 99, and a special guest or two to discuss the week's big gaming happenings, and also to find out what Cozy Beluga is willing to eat or drink live on stream. We start at 4 p.m. Eastern every single Friday. Thank you for tuning in to Loke's Gaming Log. We hope you had as much fun watching as we did talking gaming. If you enjoyed the podcast, smash the like button. If you didn't enjoy it, smash the dislike button. The algorithm really doesn't care. It just wants interaction. All right. We put out videos almost every single day, as you just saw my presentation there, mostly podcasting. Thank you so much, and have a good work week.
Peace.